We'll commence the Stream 4 hearing. We're up to day 4. Is Mr Binns out there? Oh well, we'll await his arrival. Probably been washed away over the weekend. Ms. Matthews, are you out there?
Kia ora, yes I am.
Thank you. That we're a bit out of order, but the submitter before you hasn't logged in yet, and since you're here on the bird in hand principle, I thought I'd ask you to proceed.
Okay, I was going to be joined by a couple of colleagues, so do you mind if I just check in where they are? And
Yes, sir, by all means.
Here comes Matt.
What's this? Bad news. The submitter in front of you is just arrived, so we'd better stay with the original plan.
All good.
Hey, thank you very much. Mr. Binns, are you out there? Hello, Mr. Binns.
Hello.
Thank you for dialing in. We have your statement, which generates at least one question in my mind, but how would you like to proceed?
Well, I'm quite happy to make a few comments and then we'll go with some questions, I think. You've got my paper there. It's most of the comments, unfortunately, are fairly grisly and I believe fairly basic and shouldn't need to be made, but
yes, I did think you were a bit grumpy when you wrote it.
having a bad day, I suppose. But I think it just stems pretty much from the opening page that I've got in there, that this process is way beyond the mere mortal, and it's just getting harder and harder, and I'm not too sure where these things are ever going to stop, because as far as I can see, the more rules you have, the more rules you end up with, and then the more rules you've got, the harder it is to interpret them, and then we end up paying a lot more money for trying to get someone to tell us what they actually mean. And I did make a comment there as to whether anybody's ever tried to simplify one of these things. Not sure quite what's happening with my picture. Not that I'm much to look at. Hang on, I'll turn the lights off. That might help. No, that didn't help either.
The bad news, Mr. Binns, is that what you see is the best efforts of everyone trying to simplify it.
Yeah, I thought you might say that. I just read that earthworks section because that's where we commented. And there were some basic things in there which I just can't get my head around, to be fair. And some of the relationships with the blanket rules that have been set up and how they apply, whether you own 500 square metres of land or 150 hectares of land, they just don't work. The allowances don't make any sense. Some of the restrictions on earthworks, some of the words that are used, I mean, there's quite a big debate in there about driving in a fence post and calling it a land disturbance. And for the average person that's driving in fence posts, if you tell them it's a land disturbance, he'll laugh at you. And if you want to make these rules so that they work, I think you need to use words that actually describe what the concerns are. If banging in a fence post is a problem, suggest that banging in a fence post is a problem, rather than suggesting that a land disturbance is going to cause a problem, because for most people, a land disturbance is something considerably more major than banging in a fence post. And as I say, a lot of fence posts these days are put in by driving them in. So there's no holes, there's no excavation, they just simply get a post hole rammer and bang them in. I just think that the person who's written this has really not been in touch with the real world in some cases, and if they'd asked a few questions of a few people, they might have got some more sensible rules to apply. The same with there's an issue there about excavations around tower bases and things like that. Well, I would have thought you wouldn't be allowed to go anywhere near a tower base or something on the national grid. Those things are all specifically designed, and you need to know whether the tower is a downlift tower or an uplift tower. That if you start digging dirt out anywhere near an uplift tower, that thing could just get sucked right out of the ground the way they're designed. I've got one of the definitions in there, they talk about the National Grid yard. And I got no idea what that means. If they mean a switch yard, then the average Joe can't get access to a switch yard regardless of what he wants to do or thinks he should do. You need to be specially qualified to even walk in one of those these days. So I don't know if that's the right description. So if they're wanting to use the word yard, I think they better tell us what they mean by that. I also look at one of the comments there, one of the opening statements in that item number 98, and it's quite negative and quite dumb. And it's as if they're expecting people to go in and do this work and actually damage the network. I don't know how many people know, but if you damage live power or gas, it's actually quite dangerous and it's extremely costly. So it's something that most contractors do generally try to avoid. There's also a discussion down a bit further on item 3.5 about rainwater tanks, and the description uses rainwater tank, but I think they actually mean a stormwater attenuation tank in that description. And I've put a bit of information in there about what a rainwater tank is, as far as I'm concerned, and what an attenuation tank is. They're totally different. The descriptions are totally different. And I think the big key is a rainwater tank is required by the landowner, so he's got drinking water, whereas an attenuation tank is required by the council to slow down the flow of stormwater into their system, usually because it's underperforming or for some other reason. But they're quite different, and why you would need an earthworks consent to put in an attenuation tank, which is a council requirement, has got me baffled. But maybe you do in Porirua. We certainly don't need them up here in Manawatu. So generally there I agree with what Kaiangaora are saying, but probably for a slightly different reason. I also, when I first read item 3.6.3, it was talking about 250 square metres, and I thought it was referring to fuel tanks, but I think it's referring to earthworks in general. Now again, I don't know whether this person has actually been on a building site, but the first thing you normally do on a building site is strip the site of topsoil. And if the site's 800 square metres, you strip 800 square metres of topsoil and you save it, because topsoil's like gold these days. And if you contaminate it, you can't use it, so you end up carting it away, and that just doubles the price of the gold. So you strip it off and you put it away in a corner. You then do your earthworks for your building foundations, and you spread a bit of metal around and you build the house, and when you're finished, you go back to your topsoil heap and you spread it back around again. So 250 square metres of land disturbance on even an average building site is just peanuts. And I put a few dimensions in there, especially if you're using riprap floors, which is the most common building practice these days for most councils, unless you're up in the hard clays or on rock. But everybody seems to think a riprap floor is going to protect the world. So we put those in, and they generally have an excavation which is 1 metre outside the building line. So if you're building a 250 square metre house, you have a 324 square metre excavation. And that could be anywhere near anything down to 1 metre or 1.5 metres. And that's usually backfilled with aggregate back to the surface, and then you pour your concrete foundation on top. So 250 square metres, the biggest house you're going to get is 184. And that these days would be small, in my view, especially if it's got a 2-car garage. So again, I don't know what the logic is for those numbers, but I would suggest it's way too small. And it would appear that some of these other rules just seem to be pushing the price of housing up, when the government are really trying hard to get the price of housing down. And maybe it's for sediment control stuff, I don't know. There's not a lot of small building sites that, in my view, would need sediment control. There are probably a couple, but not many. And I put on a couple of photos there, and the first one's a building site of ours, and as you can see, there's a sediment control fence at the base of the fill that we've put in to build that platform on. But then the rest of the photos are from directly across the road, and I don't think there's a sediment control fence anywhere in sight in those photos. There may be on the job somewhere. I don't know. I haven't been up there. But they've moved considerably more dirt. They're on about as steep a slope as what we're on. So I'm just not sure how the rules get applied and who has to and who doesn't. But, you know, if you're going to have these rules, you need to make sure that they're applied across the board when earthworks are happening. And this plan doesn't seem to cover some of that off. Item 3.9.3 talks about visual amenity and minimise the effects on visual amenity. And I'm really not too sure how you actually minimise the effects of earthworks. Earthworks are a function of an engineering design most of the time. And if the cut face needs to be 5 metres high, the cut face is 5 metres high. There is really no way to minimise it. It is what it is. You might be able to mitigate it by planting it or grassing it or doing something else with it, but it's still going to be 5 metres high because that's what it has to be from a safety perspective or just simply to make the job function. So again, it would be interesting to know how those rules on visual amenity would apply to the farm track that we took you commissioners up when you visited our site. Because as we said, we tried to explain some of the issues that we have. We need to get trucks up there to metal that road to make it safe. That means bigger cuts. That means an issue on visual amenity. And I don't believe there is any way we can minimise it. So I don't know how that would work. So perhaps someone from council could tell us, because that's probably going to be an issue we're going to have fairly shortly, I would think. We also, you know, as I said, planting is a mitigation, and yeah, you may be able to tree plant on that bank. You'd certainly grass it, but we'll see what happens, I suppose. There's a comment in there about taking tree planting out and not making it part of the earthworks. I believe it's an essential part of earthworks, because in a lot of cases, it's how you stabilise the work that you've done. So I think it should be in the earthworks process. The installation of services for a building site, for a house site or something like that, I can't see why you would need an earthworks consent to put services into a new build house. That just seems a bit crazy to me. And the same would apply to effluent systems on a rural property. It's an essential part of the build. It can't happen. People can't live in the house without it. And it should be just done all at the time of the building consent. So I can't see why you'd need a separate earthworks consent to dig a hold of an effluent system. There's also a section in there that talks about 1,000 square metres of disturbance in the rural area. And again, it's a blanket rule. So if you own 160 hectares, you really can't disturb very much. And if you own 4 hectares, then it's probably reasonable depending on what you're trying to do. And I put an example in there, that track that we took you people up, and then if we went right to the top of the hill, just to purely scrape the grass off that track and expose the subgrade, that's 9,000 square metres of land to disturb. So that would take us 9 years at 1,000 square metres a year. Where else will we go? I've got a couple of other comments in there that probably we don't need to discuss too much. Items 285 and 289, they're talking about 2 different volumes between PNCC and Greater Wellington Regional Council. And for anybody trying to remember these things who works in this area a lot, 1 number is easier to remember than 2. Why you would have 2 when basically the Greater Wellington Regional Council cover the Porirua area. I don't know. To me, it should be one. Which one is up to them, but one would be a much better idea. They're also talking about quantities of materials that you can move. And I put an example in there as well using our track. And the numbers that I came up with the 200 cubic metre restriction on that site, it would take us 6 years to get to the track metalled at 200 cubic metres a year. So basically we could do a week's work and then wait for a year and then do another week's work. Reading this is extremely frustrating. And when I got to the end of it, I was sort of looking for something that related to the farming area as opposed to the normal household area. And unfortunately, we play in both games, but there are no objectives for the rural earthwork side of it. There are no policies that discuss farming and what farming needs. Farming is mentioned in the opening paragraph, and that's its lot. And I think there is definitely, you need some rules in there, especially if you're going to have these blanket rules. You need some sort of definition between big areas and little areas. Because large blocks of land don't work with 400 square metre restrictions. We believe there are some questions that need to be answered and perhaps some logic that needs to be reconsidered. But as we said, right on the very first paragraph of this, we're a long way short of being experts in this area. So they're just general comments from hopefully what we consider as a practical perspective. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll look forward to any questions you might have.
The first question, having listened to you talk about how complicated the process is and how complicated the end result is, I'm going to throw another complication at you, Mr. Binns. One of the things that we have to be aware of is that where we seek to change the plan from what was notified, it has to be responding to a submission. And so the question is, to what extent are the matters that you have talked to us about today within Milmac's submissions or further submissions?
Good question, and it is complicated. Initially, we had a further submission in the earthwork section on one of those particular rules. And I can't remember which one, to be fair. I didn't check that. But from there, it was just simply a reading of what was in that Section 42 report. And that's probably, that's definitely my lack of experience in dealing with these things, I suppose, that I just spent some time reading it and commenting as I saw fit. And if those are comments that you do not wish to consider, that's fine by me.
I'm not saying we don't wish to consider. My initial reaction to your first page was that we're striving to make this plan simpler, but it's a struggle because there are so many legal directions about what we have to do and what we have to cover and what we have to implement. And the 42A author is struggling under the same set of directions, trying to do his best to come up with something sensible. So I think that it's not a criticism that you weren't aware of it. Like, I just need to alert you to the fact that that creates a problem for us that we'll have to wrestle with. But I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions about the substance of what you've said. Like, I thought myself that it's perfectly clear where you're coming from, and I understood exactly what you were saying. But Commissioner Sinclair.
Nothing from me, thank you.
And no questions from me.
So, Mr. Binns, as I say, we have a vivid recollection of your track. I was wondering if it had been washed away over the weekend.
No, it has survived the last lot of rain without a lot of grief. we did have that damage in December, I think not long after you were on the site, and the actual bridge approach got washed away. So that had a 3-metre deep hole in front of it, which meant that there was no access to the farm at all for just over a week, which was a bit upsetting for Michael's wife with 4 young kids, trying to get them down the road and across a couple of planks that Michael put in there and away to school. But no, this last 2 lots of rain, no real damage, a bit of stuff washing off the hill. But I mean, again, that was one of the examples that I used is, you know, we have both a cell and an SNA in our area. And if you need some information in a hurry because you've got to go and fix something, you can find it.
The other thing is that while it's not my job to give you advice, I think that a policy that says minimise says you have to do what you can. If you can't do anything, you don't need to do anything.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment, but again, there are some people who can't do anything because they don't have the equipment to do it. But in the case of Michael, while he's down there, depending on what other work he's got on, I mean, he could have a 23-ton excavator in the backyard. So if he needs to do something, he probably has the tools to go and do it immediately, especially if he's got a 6-wheeler truck in there as well. So moving materials around the site. But in that particular case, any material he used to fill in that hole had to come from off the farm because there was no access. The ford was under about 1.5 metres of water, probably a little bit more. So we didn't know whether the ford had been damaged until the water actually cleared up nearly 2 weeks later. It was about 2 weeks before you could see the bottom of the stream, even though it was probably only 300 mils deep at that stage, but just with the amount of sediment coming down the stream. So yeah, it's an interesting debate. I mean, some people can't do anything. Michael had to go and clear the neighbour's drain because that flooded his garage in the last lot of rain that we've had, not this weekend, but the previous one.
Joys of living in a rural environment, Mr. Binns.
It is, absolutely. And most people do generally help out when things turn to custard. So I don't think many people check the district plan to see whether they can or they can't.
Well, I'm absolutely surprised that you would say that. However, we should thank you for your time once again. As I say, we appreciate your input, and if we can't formally take into account what you've told us, we've certainly made a mental note to do what we can to simplify the plan.
Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you luck.
Yes, that's the trouble. Okay, Mr. Binns, thank you. And good day.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Matthews, are you still there?
Kia ora, yes, I am.
And you have your colleagues with you?
Yes, they're both here.
Perhaps you'd like to introduce them.
Sure. Tēnā koutou Commissioners. This is Matt Hickman with me and Mr. Alistair Smale, and they are both, I think you've both met them before in Hearing Stream 1. We provided a hearing statement covering 2 key matters around earthworks around flood protection structures and the role of Porirua City Council and Greater Wellington in 3 waters. I propose that if it suits the panel to take this statement as read and just move straight to questions.
Absolutely, thank you. We've read your statement and taken note. The question I have is that I'm seeking your assistance now, that we have a submission seeking that earthworks ensure not just hydraulic neutrality but also hydrological neutrality. The reaction of the council officers is, well, that's the regional council's business to manage hydrology. And I just wanted to talk through, would invite you to assist us and talk to us about the different roles and and what the governing documents, in particular the RPS, tell us about the different roles as regards water quantity as opposed to water quality.
I might ask if Mr. Smale can assist in that.
Happy for you to defer at your
Answer.
whoever's standing ready to receive the hospital pass.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm happy to assist. I think in this regard, there is some reasonable clarity here. The district plan has sought to control peak flows through, and that's through the definition of hydraulic neutrality, etc., and the various rules that apply to that. Now, the city council's business in that space is really to, in particular, control flooding. So their interest really is about how those peak flows are controlled. Our interest is slightly wider than just controlling peak flows. So we'll be looking to control a broader range of flows and volumes, in particular with regard to water quality. So there's actually a very close link there in terms of actually how you build devices and control runoff for the purposes of water quality. So we'll actually have to control a greater range of flows than just the peak flow to manage water quality. So I think the distinction in terms of the two councils' business is reasonably clear. The only issue I think I have, and inevitably both councils have this issue, is one of integration. So if the city, if the district plan is requiring devices to control just the peak flow, and the regional council is requiring devices to control a slightly wider range of flows and volumes for the purposes of mainly controlling water quality, so that the devices may be different or the same. There might be a slight mismatch in terms of the design of devices. So that's really the only concern here. I think the areas of council business is reasonably clear, but inevitably there's going to be an implementation issue around actually for the poor developer, the engineer who's required to actually design devices, etc., in terms of which area do they go to. There's probably one area where there's some way forward in this, and that the district plan quite usefully refers to Wellington water documents and standards for runoff, and that's for both water quality and quantity. And inevitably, the regional plan will start control. Will have some control over those documents as well. And I think there's some way to go in terms of those documents to resolving some of these problems, but there is some processes underway to move those. So I'm hopeful that that's where some of these middle areas, if you like, some of the grey areas might be resolved. But I think your question related to roles, I think the roles are relatively clear, but implementation across those is potentially an issue. So my concern is about actually having consenting processes which provide for that integration, and so the poor developer and their engineer only has to design a particular device once.
Mr. Smale, I think that the angle of the submitter was as much about too little water coming off developed land as too much, and their angle was because of the ecological consequences. So, does the regional council seek to manage those, and is it the regional council's role to manage those?
Yes, it is, and my view is that there is very rarely an issue with too little water off development. I was actually involved in some work previously in Auckland, which was looking at the impact of urban development at a catchment scale on low flows. It was actually clear that there actually was not a lot of impact in that space. And that's perhaps a little counterintuitive, but the evidence was pointing towards that. And in fact, in some cases, in some more tropical climates like Los Angeles, for example, base flows and streams are actually even increased slightly because of urban development, which perhaps is a little bit counterintuitive as well. It's been suggested that some of that is caused by leaking pipes, but there's not necessarily evidence around that. To get back to your substantive question about roles, I would say it's the regional council's responsibility to manage for ecosystem health in streams, and that's at both at the low flow end and also at the higher flow end, and we would be seeking to control that through both land use consents for development and discharge consents from infrastructure providers.
Thank you. That's of assistance. Commissioner Sinclair?
Yep. Mr. Smale, just when you said about the input from the Regional Council into the Wellington Water documents that set out levels of service and that type of thing, what's the process for that? How far is it through? Is it linked to the Whaitua process? I'm trying to get an understanding of that.
Yes, certainly. There is the potential for the council to have input and require sign-off, if you like, through Wellington Water's discharge consents for stormwater. Now, those consents have only just been applied, and the process for that has only just started. So conversations around this particular matter about how the regional council might have input and even approve some of or parts of some of those documents has only just begun. So the outcome of that is obviously some time away. But there is obviously a clear link between the Wellington Water's discharge consents and these matters, and particularly things like water sensitive urban design and that sort of thing, and requiring that through these standards. Mm-hmm. That's a useful place for some of those things to sit, the detail around that, and we'll be progressing those conversations. But in terms of actually where it's formally at, that conversation's really only just begun.
Thank you. My next question was to Ms. Matthews, just in relation to the first items, paragraphs 4 to 7 of your hearing statement there. The officers suggested some amendments in responding to your hearing statement at paragraphs 44 to 46 of the supplementary statement that the officers put in at the beginning of the hearing, and I just wondered, has that addressed your concerns?
I apologise, but I haven't actually seen that statement, so I wonder if I could just have a brief moment to have a look at it.
It's from the first day of this hearing. I think that's when it's dated. I'll just check that.
Probably dated the 4th.
Dated the 4th? It's
Friday.
dated, yeah.
Friday before that we started.
It's dated the 4th of February 2022, and it's on pages 11 and 12.
If you're able to, if it's if you need time to think about it, Ms. Matthews, I'm happy to give you. If Commissioner's given you a reference, if you could please email the
Okay.
email the office administrator, the hearing administrator, before the end of tomorrow.
Yes, we'll do that. Thank you. So, and apologies for not having turned to that.
Commissioner Sinclair, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare?
Kia ora to the Greater Wellington Regional Council team. Ngā mihi o te ata ki a koutou. I'm referring to your paragraph 10 and the overall statement for hearing 4, which reiterates some of the evidence provided by Mr. Smale during hearing stream 1 in relation to the MPS on freshwater management, which requires city and district councils to adopt an integrated approach, ki uta ki tai, in managing the effects of urban development and its associated infrastructure and water quality. And my question is, in terms of ensuring consistency with the MPS FM and the RPS, which I know has specific policy directives in there around maintaining and enhancing MODI, would you consider that the management of effects on MODI is a relevant policy consideration in the context of the Three Waters chapter of the PDP?
Yes, I would consider that it is a relevant consideration. It's, as spelt out in our hearing statement, that section 3.5 does require districts to and regional councils to adopt an integrated approach, and that would include those effects.
In your view, then, I mean, you may not have turned your mind specifically to this issue around MODI, but given your expertise in the area of interpreting the RPS, have you considered whether there may be a policy gap in the Three Waters chapter in relation to managing effects on MODI and in giving effect to te mana o te wai?
It is our view that the district plan doesn't yet give effect to the MPS-FM, including Te Mana o Te Wai.
Yes.
So I think we would say that there is a gap there. We've proposed one way that it could be addressed in part, but I think probably a more thorough analysis needs to be undertaken.
So would in that context, and I do understand what you're saying about the regional council needing to consider the way in which it's going to be implementing the new requirements under the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, and we're assured that will be undertaken in close consultation with tangata whenua. Are you suggesting then that in the context of the need to consider policy provision is made for addressing effects on MODI, that would be something that would more appropriately be addressed at a later stage? Or do you see the relevance and perhaps need for MODI to be addressed in the context of the provisions as they stand?
I think if the panel has the opportunity to address them now, sooner would always be better than later. I guess it just depends on whether you have that ability or not. But if there was the ability, that would be our preference.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
In terms of the questions the Commissioner is asking, are these questions, the Three Waters, I was thinking to myself, I think that these are issues about the effect of Three Waters discharges. So are they district plan matters or something that the regional plan should be addressing? Or both?
Well, the short answer is both, but I wonder if Mr. Smale wanted to add anything to that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, the short answer is both. The Section 42A report is quite correct in that the primary agency for dealing with the matters of effects of discharges is with the regional plan. That's quite correct. But of course, the district plan is controlling land use as well. And of course, the regional plan will in the future seek to do that as well. And so in controlling land use, the district plan needs to be mindful of that. At the moment, in relation to the Three Waters provisions, the district plan has a very narrow view in terms of requiring developers to ensure that there is downstream capacity, if you like, in particularly wastewater and stormwater. It's our submission that a slightly broader view needs to be taken of assessment of that downstream capacity to ensure that there is actually capacity in infrastructure to remove contaminants, either on the development or downstream. Now, of course, the regional plan will seek to control those things as well. And there's clearly an area of overlap here. I think one of the important aspects of this is that historically and certainly at the moment, and I'm talking really about stormwater here, the City Council's interest has largely been in flooding, and that's been the history. So it's only worried about the size of pipes effectively downstream to ensure that there's that capacity. However, in the future, the council will own water quality infrastructure, stormwater quality infrastructure downstream of developments, and will probably own water quality infrastructure on developments and take those over from developers. So in the future, the situation will shift, and the council will actually have assets which it manages, and I do also admit that that management and ownership might shift to a Three Waters entity in the future. But as it stands at the moment, the City Council will own and manage, and its agent, Wellington Water, will manage them. I would have thought it was in the interests of the City Council to ensure that their infrastructure downstream from development, in terms of stormwater quality infrastructure, was sufficient for the purposes that it was required to do, and overlap and liaise with the regional council during consenting to ensure that either appropriate measures were undertaken on the development itself or in catchment-wide devices downstream, particularly seeing the council will actually own and pay for the management of them.
So to be clear, Mr. Smale, that when we talk about network capacity, it needs to be both volume and quality.
Yeah, I think so. That's the regional council's view, and I think that just safeguards the City Council and also meets its requirements in terms of the NPS for fresh water. Again, as I pointed out earlier, in these potential areas of overlap, it does actually require integrated consenting. I'm advocating that quite strongly. But yes, I think capacity is more than just the size of pipes. It's the downstream capacity to remove contaminants and the devices for that.
And Mr. Smale, just to be clear, that's in relation to stormwater. What's the process in that relation to wastewater?
Well, I think that the District Council provisions are actually adequate because it is requiring a development to assess, and the council would do some assessment in terms of wastewater capacity, which is a volume thing effectively, downstream, and would then require some sort of mitigation on the development site for that, or not allow the development at all, or whatever. But that's largely a volume capacity issue. I think the district plan probably is sufficient in that area.
We had submitted addresses in hearing stream 1 with examples in Plympton of overflows and that from the wastewater network. How does that relate to what? It's not just purely a capacity issue. There's obviously a discharge that occurs and a potential adverse effect that may result from it. How does that relate to this matter?
Yes, absolutely. So overflows are controlled by the regional plan, and there'll be matters which are dealt with Wellington Water's discharge consents. The relationship to new development is one that's often discussed, and this might be what you're referring to, that submitters, and I'm not aware of the details of those submissions, but submitters often point to new development adding issues to and adding to overflows. The technical issue here is that overflows are largely caused by stormwater getting into the wastewater system during rainfall and storm events. The addition of new development and the wastewater flow from those new development, and you'd hope, of course, that that new development was built well and there was not any stormwater getting into the wastewater system from that development. The additional flow of a new development in terms of wastewater is actually quite small compared to the storm flow that is causing the wastewater overflow. So the solution for overflows is in fact getting stormwater out of wastewater, largely within the existing urban footprint. And that is a matter that will be dealt with through Wellington Water's regional consents.
Just on a, has Wellington Water applied for regional discharge consents for that address the Porirua area?
Yes, they
So
have. Yeah, and those are being processed at the moment. And I might add to that, there will be some plan changes, regional plan changes, which will mean that the goalposts will slightly shift in regard to some of those consents, and there may be some changes to those consents in the near future as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Palmario, I think I may have interrupted you. Did you have anything else?
Nothing further, thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Ms. Matthews and Mr. Smale. We didn't hear from Mr. Hickman today, but appreciate him being available to talk to us, and we appreciate the input from the Regional Council team. So thank you for this morning's appearance.
Just before we go, I've had a chance to have a look at the supplementary
Please.
planning evidence.
Yes.
And I can say that we would be happy with the relief suggested by the Section 42A officer.
Well, that solves that problem. Thank you. So as I say, thank you once again, and we'll look forward to your participation in future streams.
Great, thanks for having us.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
time. Bye.
Ash, do we have the first gas team?
Morning.
Good morning. I was looking, trying to figure out whether you were on the line, but yes, good to see you both.
We are on the line. Can you hear us
Loud
well
and clear.
enough?
So we have two written statements from Ms. Hine and Ms. Barrett,
Correct.
and that we have read. So how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, sure. I think, Nicola, will you start us off and then I'll follow and then we'll be happy to take any questions.
Absolutely. Over to you. But I do know you've only got asked for 15 minutes, so I suppose the message would be speak swiftly because we'd like to have time to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Sure thing. Yes, so I'm Nicola Hine in the white top here. We've just prepared some brief sort of summaries, if you like. So I'm Land and Planning Advisor with First Gas. My role, I wear quite a few hats. One of them is with respect to landowners who may wish to work around our pipeline. I sort of look at that work and work with our pipeline integrity engineers to determine how the works may proceed to ensure the pipeline and gas transmission network remain safe. And I guess another hat is sort of me sitting here talking to you alongside Megan. So that's sort of a bit about how I fit in here. So I thought I'd give a brief summary of the assets within the Porirua City District. So I guess as well, our functionality as a natural gas provider is similar to the likes of Transpower in that we convey the gas from the production in Kapuni across the North Island, and then it's picked up, I guess, by distribution, Powerco, Nova, and those kinds of companies. So within the city area here, we've got two main steel pipelines which convey gas down to Wellington, and they provide natural gas to homes and hospitals and communities and industry within the Hutt Valley, Porirua and Wellington areas. The two pipelines, so one was installed in 1985 and it's a 300 millimetre nominal bore steel pipeline. The other one was put in 1968 and is a 200 millimetre nominal bore. At the time that these were put in, and across the North Island, it is preferred that they're put in rural areas. So what we're finding in First Gas, our approach with these district plan reviews is really to try and achieve some safety parameters, our sort of ability to have a say in the types of land uses that might change over time, so that the pipeline is and people remain safe. And also we're able to continue to offer natural gas to those consumers. So really what our risk profile does differ from the likes of Transpower in that we're underground, and our risks sort of come from more from third parties, if you like. So perhaps land development or, the mums and dads wanting to do new driveways or lay services, or plant trees, or perhaps farmers wanting to clear drains. So we do work with a lot of people a lot of the time to ensure that they can carry out their activity that they need to sort of in a safe way. And I guess within Wellington region, it would be remiss to say that geohazards are also a risk to our pipeline infrastructure. So earthquakes, obviously, and also, say, landslips and things like that as crazy weather events may continue over the years. Our above ground sites, we have 3 within the Porirua area, and they are delivery points, and I guess they're a slightly different operation. One, they have valves, which means we can isolate the pipeline and the gas supply in emergency situations. And then therefore there might be venting, which occurs in those scenarios. They're also, they're locations which we might access remotely. We have a 24/7 manned gas control room based here in New Plymouth. And so we might need to sort of remotely tap in and check the status of things there. So there are communications, sort of SCADA and electricity and things at those sites. So that's a bit about what we are. And I guess for our submission really is from the viewpoint of enabling us to be able to carry out what we need to do to operate the gas network safely. And then just manage any third party or external interferences that could, might need to just make sure the pipeline is kept safe from those works. And really our point of view is that we'd like to have a say when these activities may occur. It's not so much about restricting those landowners being able to do what they want to do on their land, but just the ability to work with them to ensure sort of a better outcome for all, really. So that's sort of my summary there. I'll hand it over to Megan.
Cool. So, yeah, I'm Megan Barrett and I am a senior planner at Becker New Plymouth, providing some planning input on behalf of First Gas. So I guess I firstly wanted to acknowledge the efforts of the Section 42A author, Mr. Smeaton. I am largely in agreement with the recommendations. However, there are 2 changes that are sought. And I'll also just point out, presuming that the designation is accepted, these are in addition to. So I'll start with the explosives rule that is being sought. So the use of explosives near the gas transmission pipeline has the potential to generate a range of adverse effects on people and the environment if not appropriately managed. First Gas is seeking a rule in the district plan which manages the use of explosives near the gas transmission network so that an assessment of these potential effects can be made and managed appropriately. Managing the use of explosives under the RMA would allow the activity to be assessed from an effects perspective, assessing the potential effects on the environment, people and the community, rather than assessing the activity from a health and safety perspective. In my opinion, an explosive activity with the potential to degrade the pipeline should be considered an incompatible activity, which should justify the need for additional controls over and above the existing legislation, such as the HASNO Act or the WorkSafe Act. Such control would ensure that the risk of the explosive activity is acceptable on the existing infrastructure. This would allow site-specific requirements to be imposed to ensure that the potential adverse effects on the receiving environments from explosives are appropriately managed, and any such controls would only address matters not appropriately addressed under other legislation. Dealing with incompatible activities are not specifically addressed under the Health and the WorkSafe or the HASNO Acts, as these do not provide regulatory powers or controls in relation to land use planning. The use of hazardous substances within or adjacent to a particularly sensitive receiving environment, such as the gas transmission pipeline, can warrant additional controls under the RMA to appropriately manage the effects and risks associated with hazardous substances. The provision of the new rule would allow First Gas expertise to assess whether an activity within proximity to the network may threaten the safety of the pipeline. Therefore, in my opinion, it is necessary for the use of explosives near the gas network to be managed through the district plan under the RMA so that an effects assessment can be undertaken. This will also ensure that Objective 10 of the Regional Policy Statement is given effect to ensure that the social, economic, cultural and environmental benefits of regionally significant infrastructure are recognised and protected. And this also aligns with strategic objectives within the proposed district plan relating to the provision of resilient and safe infrastructure. So moving on, to the second change, in terms of the removal of the setback for cabinets. So the cabinets are a vital component of the gas transmission network. The structures are small in size and scale and are restricted by operational constraints. These operational constraints relate to the need for safety reasons to position cabinets away from the gas transmission pipeline. This in turn severely limits the available location in which the pieces of infrastructure can be located. I do understand the point made by the reporting officer in terms of the standard ensuring that potential adverse amenity effects are avoided. However, given the small scale of these structures, I am of the opinion that they will have a negligible effect on amenity. And I also consider, as an alternative, it may be appropriate to exclude cabinet structures of a small scale, i.e. less than 2 metres in height and no more than 5 metres squared in area from requiring setbacks. That's it, as a summary. So happy to take questions now. Thank you.
You've answered the first question, how big is small? My immediate reaction is something that's 2 metres high and 2.5 metres wide is not actually that small. What's your reaction in terms of potential effects on amenity?
Yeah, so I guess that was being conservative, wasn't it?
It's based on some of the plan parameters, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I generally think that a structure, less than 5 metres square in area is able to provide appropriate amenity levels. I think that the cabinets in this case are a small scale. Nicola, do you have anything to add there in terms of the scale of cabinets in general?
Well, I don't have measurements with me, but that's something I can go back and have a look at what is quite common for us to put in and could quantify that if that was helpful.
Yeah.
I think that we've got to go on the plan provisions you're seeking, Ms. Hine. So we should leave that there rather than what is typically the case, because we've got to assume that if you have a permitted provision for 2 by 2.5 or 5 square metre total, then that's what may happen. I have a second question, Ms. Barrett. You're saying, paragraph 14, you refer us to the RPS objective and policies. And you say that in your view they have a clear enabling and protective focus. I understand the bit about the protective focus, but talk to me about how this objective and policies, because they're all just about recognition. How is that enabling?
Yeah, sure. So I guess it's on balance by allowing for the protection and recognition.
We'll cut to the chase. What does a policy that says recognise the benefits actually mean?
In terms of
what action? What action is it providing for, or mandating, to use a currently fashionable phrase?
the use of the infrastructure.
But it doesn't say that. It just says recognise the benefits.
Yeah, sorry, are you able to rephrase the
Well,
question?
I understand that that's the implication you're drawing, but if it said enable or ensure the benefits are achieved, then I would agree with you. But it just says recognise, and recognise is like a mental, yes, I've recognised them. So what?
Yeah, it's also ensuring that the infrastructure is protected.
Yes, but we're talking about, yeah, I acknowledge that the policies are much clearer about the protection element. It's the enabling element that I'm interested in, because I'm going to have the same discussion with Ms. Whitney for Transpower, who draws the same inference, and I want her to explain to me how those policies actually say something meaningful, or whether they're in effect window dressing that doesn't achieve anything. Now it's this is the RPS. We've got to implement it. So to implement it, we have to understand what it means. And
Yeah.
so that's what I'm seeking assistance from you about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could draw it back to Section 5 of the Act in terms of sustainable management, enabling people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Commissioner Sinclair, anything from you?
Yeah, good morning. I just had a couple of questions on the hazardous substances provisions. In your evidence, Ms. Barrett, on paragraph 29, in the middle there, the framework provided by HASNO does not provide for the management of all effects within the use of explosives near the gas transmission network. Sorry, why doesn't it do that? What's the bits that are missing out of those HASNO and WorkSafe?
Yeah, so while I'm not an expert in those particular pieces of legislation, my understanding is that HASNO and the WorkSafe Act have a generic consideration of surrounding land uses and they're not site specific. Does that answer the question?
Thank you.
Just for my benefit, I should say that I am certainly not an expert in this aspect of HASNO. Does HASNO control the activities of the, well, I was going to say the infrastructure provider creating a potential hazard, but presumably if you're setting off explosives, that is in itself a hazardous activity. Does that falling within HASNO? So looking at it from a...
So further on in the same paragraph, under the existing regulations, there are no rules to manage the potential for explosives occurring within the transmission network. Can you direct us to what rules in the existing regulation relate to explosive use?
I would have to get back to you on that one. Sorry, I don't have it on me.
Can I say can you do that by 5 o'clock tomorrow by email to the hearing administrator, please?
Sure. Yep.
And then my next question is, has First Gas made a submission on the hazardous substances chapter of the district, the proposed district plan?
No, not above the new rule under the proposed rule under the hazardous substances chapter. Not that I'm aware of.
So in section 30, you're looking for a specific rule in relation to the hazardous substances section of the plan, which purely relates to the gas transmission network. Is that correct?
Correct.
So are there any rules in the hazardous substances section of the plan currently?
No.
So which policy within the hazardous substance section does this rule derive from?
Sorry, one moment. I can't pinpoint any at this point, but I guess there are strategic objectives that would support this rule.
But don't strategic objectives and objectives just seek outcomes? It's policies that seek to provide implementation, and their rules follow that. Isn't that the standard planning principle?
Yeah. So, so I guess failing any relevant policies, there could be a place for the rule within each of the environment areas, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Pamari, any questions? Thank you very much, ladies. Ms. Barrett, I've asked you to provide some direction by 5 o'clock tomorrow, but I think that's the only outstanding issue left. So we'll look forward to seeing that further input, and thank you for your contribution today.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have the Kiwi Rail team hopefully sitting on the line.
Yes, good morning, sir, and commissioners. Ms. Rapley appearing this morning on behalf of Kiwi Rail Holdings Limited. Just checking technology is working and you can hear me okay at your end?
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Rapley.
Thank you, sir. And I have with me this morning Ms. Grinlinton Hancock, also appearing with me this morning. She is the RMA team leader at Kiwi Rail. and she will give evidence shortly. We also have filed evidence on behalf of Kirau from Dr. Stephen Charles. He is appearing later this morning in the session with Waka Kotahi, and he will provide his evidence at that point on behalf of Kirau and Waka Kotahi. Both Dr. Charles and Ms. Grenland and Hancock have prepared summary statements, which I understand have been circulated to the panel this morning, and they will talk to those during their evidence. In terms of legal submissions, they've also been pre-circulated, and provided the panel has had the opportunity to review those, and I intend to just speak to a summary really of the key points and respond to matters that have been raised by submitters in their legal submissions and presentations to the panel.
Happy with that, Ms. Rapley. Yes, we've reviewed your pre-circulated legal submissions. Thank you for that. It makes life a lot easier when we understand how your case is structured and where you're coming from. So please proceed.
Great, thank you, sir. So as the panel will be aware, Kirau submitted on a range of aspects of the proposed plan that are the subject of this hearing, and that's been canvassed in Ms. Grenland and Hancock's evidence. There are really just two matters that I intend to address the panel on this morning, and they relate to the inclusion of the setback for buildings adjacent to the rail corridor and the noise and vibration controls for new and altered sensitive activities near the rail corridor. So firstly, in relation to building setbacks, the North Island Main Trunk Line is an infrastructure asset of strategic importance to the Porirua District, Wellington Region and the country. It's critical that the rail corridor can operate safely and efficiently. Ms. Grenland and Hancock has given evidence that everyday activities adjacent to the rail corridor have the potential to interfere with and impact the operations of the rail network, the consequences of which can be significant and even fatal. This is not in my submission a matter to be taken lightly. A common and effective method of managing the interface between the rail corridor and adjoining land is through a physical building setback. A building setback minimises the potential for people needing to directly enter the rail corridor to undertake maintenance on their building, and also minimise the risk of inadvertent interference from people undertaking activities on their own land. The Council and Kāinga Ora accept that a setback from the rail corridor is appropriate. The key issue essentially for the panel to determine is what the number should be. The Council says 1.5 metres, Kāinga Ora says it would accept 2 to 2.5 metres depending on the zone. Kirau maintains that a setback of 5 metres is appropriate, and you'll hear from Ms. Grenland and Hancock on the reasons for that. In our submission, there are really 2 points that we just wanted to highlight and are important for the panel to consider when considering what that number should be. Firstly, it needs to consider the alleged cost on developers in the context that this does not prevent development altogether. Some activities can still occur within the setback. In the general residential zone, for example, this could include sheds and water tanks. It's also important that this is a permitted activity standard and that resource consent can also be sought where this setback is infringed. In our submission, the alleged cost that developers would save by having a reduced setback cannot reasonably be balanced against the potential safety risks that a reduced setback would expose communities to. The second point we just wanted to make was that in our submission, the panel should be cautious about relying on the recently settled appeal in Whangarei as a basis for adopting a reduced setback. That setback was accepted in that context, and Ms. Grenland and Hancock's evidence is that there are a range of factors that set Porirua apart from Whangarei. It's also interesting that Kāinga Ora has sought to draw the panel's attention to other plans around the country where it supports their position, but has failed to acknowledge that other recent planning processes, such as the Waikato District Plan, where the panel did accept that a 5 metre setback from the rail corridor was appropriate in residential zones. In any case, it's our submission that the panel should be considering this context and the evidence before it now. Turning to the second issue of noise and vibration. It's well accepted that the lawful operation of the rail corridor results in noise and vibration. Dr. Charles and Ms. Grenland and Hancock have given evidence that noise and vibration can give rise to health and amenity effects and reverse sensitivity effects. As a result, it's critical that the coexistence of the rail corridor and sensitive land uses are managed. With the growth in the use of the rail corridor and increasing pressures on urban intensification, it's more important than ever before that this interface is managed carefully. The Council recognises this need and appropriately included controls in the plan on new and altered sensitive activities adjacent to the rail corridor. These types of controls are well understood planning tools. The Council and KiwiRail are not far apart on those provisions, and there are some technical matters and drafting amendments that Dr. Charles and Ms. Grenland and Hancock will speak to. However, Kāinga Ora has opposed the inclusion of these controls. Kāinga Ora is saying that the Council and KiwiRail are placing all of the controls and costs of landowners, and KiwiRail is not managing its own operations and effects. KiwiRail does not accept that. It is required by law to ensure that noise and vibration from the rail corridor is not unreasonable. And sir, I note that there was a question from you to Council for Kāinga Ora last week as to whether section 16 of the RMA applies to designations. And I agree with Council for Kāinga Ora that it does. And there was the recent decision in 2012 from the Environment Court and Queenstown Airport Corporation Limited, which confirmed some of the earlier case law that it does. KiwiRail works hard to manage its effects and tries to be a good neighbour. However, the evidence for KiwiRail is that even where it does, it cannot internalise all of its effects, nor is it required to in my submission. In light of that, it is common for planning documents to include controls that manage those effects on land adjoining the rail corridor. In our submission, this is an efficient and effective planning approach. It's certainly not novel. Kāinga Ora's position is that there is no reverse sensitivity effect to be managed. Council for Kāinga Ora submitted, although they didn't provide any case laws to support that submission, that it must be demonstrated that there are complaints and that those complaints will result in constraints from the rail corridor. This mischaracterises what a reverse sensitivity effect is. The very definition of reverse sensitivity, as it has developed through the case law, is that it is the vulnerability of an activity to complaints from a new sensitive land use. The sensitivity is that if the new use is permitted, the existing lawful activity may be required to restrict its operations. This is reflected, as the Chair noted, in the definition of reverse sensitivity in the plan, which refers to the potential for the operation of existing activities to be constrained. There is evidence from Ms. Grenland and Hancock that new sensitive uses near the rail corridor have the potential to give rise to operational constraints. It is not incumbent in my submission on KiwiRail to show that there are complaints and that this has led to constraints to justify the imposition of controls to protect against reverse sensitivity effects. There is an evidential basis to impose these controls. We also agree with the Chair that a precautionary approach is appropriate. It is prudent planning to include controls within the plan to manage those effects and health and amenity effects now. We cannot in our submission wait until it's too late. Kāinga Ora has suggested alternative methods to the controls supported by KiwiRail and the Council. In our submission, the alternatives are unreasonable and unjustified. Firstly, in terms of designating additional land. This in our submission places a greater blight on adjoining landowners. Obtaining Section 176 approval is not analogous to seeking consent, as Kāinga Ora suggests. All activities, including those that are not sensitive, would need to seek KiwiRail's approval to use their land. That goes further than the controls in the proposed plan, which just apply to sensitive uses. Further, in terms of mitigation funded by the transport operator, Kāinga Ora has drawn attention to a mitigation package like Auckland Airport. That package only applies to existing sensitive uses. New sensitive users have to treat their buildings at the developer's cost in the same way the Council has proposed here. In our submission, the noise and vibration controls are appropriate, reasonable and justified. And we submit that the panel should recommend that the provisions supported by KRL are adopted in the proposed plan. Those were the introductory points that I wanted to make, and happy to take any questions from the panel if there are any. Otherwise, we can move to Ms. Grenland and Hancock's evidence.
Ms. Rapley, I understand your point about history of complaints, not precluding the fact the absence of past complaints doesn't preclude future complaints. But what is the evidence of complaints about Kiwi Rail operation causing noise and vibration in Porirua?
So that is probably something that Ms. Grenland and Hancock can speak to. I think in her evidence, she has provided evidence in broad terms that there are, complaints that do occur all over the country, including in Porirua, and she can talk to that in more detail. I think the other point that I would make, sir, is it's not necessarily just a question of are there complaints. There are also instances where sensitive users may establish near the rail corridor and actually not complain because they might be concerned about, implications that might have on their tenancy, for example. And so the fact that there may or may not be complaints isn't necessarily the sole reason that there might be an adverse effect here that needs to be managed.
In terms of the reverse sensitivity test, does there need to be evidence that complaints may actually generate some constraint?
In my submission, the test for reverse sensitivity is that there is the potential for there to be constraints. So I understand Kāinga Ora's submission to be that there isn't any evidence of constraints having actually, been imposed on the rail corridor, e.g., reduction in services or that like. In my submission, the test is that it is sufficient that there is the potential, e.g., if there are a number of new sensitive uses that may establish near the rail corridor, the very potential for that to give rise to constraints is sufficient to establish a reverse sensitivity effect.
Does that require more evidence than that it's a possibility? Does it require some evidence that it is realistic that there would actually be a constraint?
It's an interesting question. So in my submission, I think there is evidence that there is a realistic possibility that this could result in constraints on the rail corridor. And there are examples of that happening, in other instances in case law around airports and the like, so that where the courts have found that, there is the potential for that to constrain the operator.
But it's a big bow to draw to say that the potential for constraints on an airport can be taken as applicable to the to constraints on a train network through urban Porirua. Can we infer that possibility in the absence of some meaningful evidence? Because it seems to me, reading Ms. Grenland and Hancock's evidence, that she doesn't take it much further than you in the sense of talking about it as a possibility, but doesn't tell us what the basis for that possibility is. Now, she may have a really good answer, and I'll be interested to hear what that answer is, but from your point of view as counsel, is that what we need? We need meaningful evidence of a potential constraint.
So in my submission, I think there is sufficient evidence before you that, there is the potential for those to result in constraints. Even if there isn't, sir, I agree with the proposition you put to Council for Kaingaora at the hearing last week that we should adopt a precautionary approach. And in my submission, the alternative, which would be to not include any controls, is not an appropriate planning outcome. The other point I would just like to make, sir, is also that, yes, a driver for these controls is reverse sensitivity effects, and that in my submission is something that needs to be managed. But the other part of that is that these controls also look to protect against adverse health and immunity effects. And there is also evidence from Dr. Charles that those effects are real and that there is a need for these controls to be in the plan to manage those effects.
In terms of the setback issue, do you think that there is merit in the Kaingaora suggestion of a two-tiered setback with a greater setback in commercial areas?
KURL's position, and it's something that Ms. Grinham Hancock can speak to in further detail, is that 5 metres in all zones is appropriate. This is not necessarily a sensitive land use control in the same way that the noise and vibration provisions are. It's about built development, whether that's sensitive uses like housing or more commercial uses like offices and the like. And both of those activities and people using their land in relation to those activities have the potential to give rise to adverse safety effects. So KURL's position is that it should be 5 metres across all zones.
And last question from me, you've referenced the time and trouble that KiwiRail would have processing requests to utilise the rail corridor. Isn't there a simple answer? KiwiRail could just say no?
People accessing the corridor, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that is a possibility, but that also runs the risk, sir, of then people going ahead and entering the rail corridor anyway, which has, significant safety implications. And so that's why this control needs to be here, to make sure that there is sufficient room, that people don't have to go and ask KURL for approval or run the risk of just entering the corridor anyway.
Should we base planning provisions on the risk that people will break the law and trespass on KiwiRail land?
It's an interesting point, sir. I think the planning approach and the legal response is that these controls are managing a adverse effect and serve a resource management purpose, which is ensuring that people can safely use their land, and that, in my submission, is an appropriate justification for these controls.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions for Ms. Rapley? Commissioner Primaro?
Kia ora, Ms. Rapley. Thanks very much for your legal submissions. Just one further question for you, because my questions have been sufficiently dealt with by the chair. So there was really just one in relation to your paragraph 2.6, where you referred to the evidence of Mr. Stiles on behalf of Kaingaora, noting that he recognises the widely accepted research on the potential annoyance from rail noise and adverse health effects if it's not managed carefully. And I just note that in Mr. Stiles' evidence, he actually goes further than that, in asserting that there are currently occurring adverse noise and vibration effects for a significant number of noise-sensitive activities in close proximity to the transport corridor in the Porirua context. And I just wondered what KiwiRail's response to that is.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioner Ferrari. Thank you for your question. I think that's probably one for Dr. Charles to respond to. The point I was really just making there was that I think that the data and research on these effects are accepted, and I think The other point that Dr. Charles will make is in terms of the provisions which we're considering here, they're not concerned with KiwiRail's operations, but around, controlling those adjacent land uses.
Thank you.
Well, in that case, we'll pass on to Ms. Grinland and Hancock.
Thank you, sir. I'll call Ms. Grinland and Hancock, and as I outlined earlier, she's the RMA team leader at KiwiRail.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for your time. I will skip paragraph 1.1. In terms of KiwiRail's operations in the Porirua district, the North Island Main Trunk Line, or otherwise known as the NIMT, passes through the district. This infrastructure is of regional and national importance, supporting the movement of freight and passengers throughout the country via rail. Growth and use of the NIMT will be influenced by the desire to achieve a low carbon economy and the mode shift in freight moving off roads and onto rail, as well as increased rail commuter demand. This growth in rail is anticipated to require electrification to extend further north from central Wellington. Just of note, in the last 5 years, the growth in passenger utilisation of the network, not just within Porirua, but across the region, has been 5.5%. KiwiRail largely submitted in support of the notified version of the proposed plan as set out in my statement of evidence. KiwiRail is broadly aligned with the reporting officer's recommendations. Since the preparation of my evidence, the reporting officer has provided supplementary evidence, which I will address where it relates to provisions relevant to KiwiRail. The remainder of my summary is focused on the key outstanding issues. There's 3 of those. I will start with level crossings and site distances. As set out in my evidence, I largely agree with the reporting officer's recommendations in respect of the transport provisions relating to site distances at rail level crossings. In my evidence, I sought the addition of an advice note to clarify the matters that are taken into account in considering site distances. The reporting officer has accepted the amendment, meaning there is agreement between KiwiRail and the Council in relation to these provisions. Turning now to setbacks. I maintain my view that a setback of 5 metres from the rail corridor is appropriate and have provided reasons as to why in my evidence. But in summary, the rail network in Porirua is expected to result in growth in the next 25 years. It's also electrified. In my experience of how the network operates, these aspects increase the potential for inadvertent interference with the rail corridor. Some of the zone provisions in the proposed plan include exemptions for eaves and gutters, which already impact on the extent of the setback. In the context of a 1.5 metre setback, this effectively leaves, assuming that the development does have eaves, which is not always the case, this effectively leaves 0.75 metres of space for maintenance and other activities to occur, which I do not consider to be sufficient. The setback in itself does not prevent development. Some activities like sheds and water tanks can occur within that area in certain zones. Further, the setback is a permitted activity standard. Where the setback is infringed, resource consent can be sought, which enables the design of the building to be considered having regard to the safety of the rail corridor. It can also take into account topography if that is also an influence. I also note that there is agreement between KiwiRail and the Council that the safe and efficient operation of the rail network is an appropriate matter of discretion. Ms. Williams, on behalf of Kaingora, seeks that this matter is narrowed, which I don't consider as necessary. In terms of the zones to which the setback from the rail corridor should apply, KiwiRail's submission sought that this be added to all zones adjoining the rail corridor where there's already a setback from the road boundary. In his supplementary evidence, the reporting officer has recommended that a rail setback be included in the residential zones where there's a road boundary setback, and open space and recreation zone, local centre zone and mixed use zone, which he notes do not contain existing setbacks from road boundaries. I support the inclusion of the rail setback in these zones. I note that the open space and recreation zones already contain a 5 metre setback from road boundaries. Consistent with key rail submission, a rail setback should also be included in the other zones adjoining rail corridor that have a road boundary setback, including rural general and rural lifestyle. With regard to noise and vibration, it is widely accepted that trains create noise and vibration. Based on my knowledge of how Kiwi Rail operates, it's not possible for these effects to be internalised within the rail corridor in all cases. There has been some suggestion by developers, Kainora in particular, that Kiwi Rail is not managing its effects from the rail corridor and putting the onus entirely upon its neighbours. Kiwi Rail is a responsible infrastructure operator. As I've explained in my evidence, it has a program of upgrade and maintenance works to improve track condition, which helps to minimise noise and vibration. These measures include rail grinding and tamping, ballast cleaning and replacement of wooden sleepers with concrete, and monitoring of rolling stock wheel condition. Even with these measures in place, there will still be an adverse noise and vibration effect on adjoining landowners. As a result, planning documents need to manage the establishment and expansion of sensitive uses on adjoining land. These provisions are important to ensure that new line-side neighbours can enjoy safe and quality urban environments, and the rail network can continue to operate safely and efficiently now and into the future. Kiwi Rail continues to strongly support the inclusion of noise and vibration controls in the proposed plan, and I'll briefly summarise Kiwi Rail's position on the drafting of those provisions. In relation to noise P4, Kiwi Rail does not support the additional consideration in this policy recommended by the reporting officer in relation to vibration. I consider the drafting as unclear and that the ambiguity could enable developers to avoid necessary mitigation. Noise R5. I proposed further amendments to noise R5 in my evidence to streamline the provisions, and these, which were further refined in the provisions included with Kiwi Rail's legal submissions. Those amendments seek to remove the requirement to obtain resource consent for new and altered sensitive activities, provided that they comply with acoustic insulation requirements within 100 metres of the corridor and vibration controls within 30 metres of the rail corridor. From a planning perspective, I do not consider there's a need to require developers to seek resource consent where the noise and vibration limits are complied with. With regard to noise S2, the reporting officer has recommended in the supplementary evidence that an advice note be included in the proposed plan to specify the rail noise source level to be used in certifying whether the indoor noise limit has been complied with. I support this, although I note the reporting officer has referred to noise R2, which is potentially an error. Noise S4, Kiwi Rail continues to seek the inclusion of the vibration control and opposes the reporting officer's recommendation to delete this for the reasons outlined in Dr. Charles's evidence. In my opinion, the controls supported by Kiwi Rail are appropriate and reasonable. Happy to take any questions.
Ms. Grenelton Hancock, the question I asked Ms. Rapley, what evidence can you point us to that public input complaints have led to any constraint on Kiwi Rail's operations in the past, or that there is any greater likelihood that that may occur in the future?
Kiwi Rail does hold a reporting structure where complaints are received. At the current point in time, constraints have not been placed on the corridor as a result of any complaints. However, going back to the issue of reverse sensitivity as well as health and amenity, I still consider that it's appropriate for the provisions, regardless of whether or not there is complaints.
in terms of your statement that that Kiwi Rail has a program of works to manage its effects, Mr. Stiles suggested specifically that reducing the speed of diesel freight locomotives through urban areas would make a meaningful difference, especially at night. Is that a move that the Kiwi Rail has contemplated?
No, it's not, sir.
I suppose the obvious question is why not?
Primarily because we are focused on getting freight from its destination to its proposed location as quickly and as efficiently as possible. The freight system, in conjunction with the metro system that occurs within Porirua, is a very, very finely balanced network. We operate upwards of 70 trains a day through that network, and it's very finely balanced, and it's worked out to the nth degree.
The other point that I would just make, sir, which the panel will obviously be well aware of, is that there isn't the scope within this process, of course, to be able to constrain or change the way in which Kiwi Rail operates its network, which is pursuant to a designation under the district plan, which, as I understand, doesn't have any current restrictions on operations, which, as Ms. Grinland and Hancock has just outlined, is important to ensure that Kiwi Rail can obviously meet the demands of the freight and passenger network.
Ms. Grinland, Hancock, could you just go into what would be some of the consequences if you started, if Kiwi Rail did slow down trains running through the urban area of Porirua? What would be the implications of that?
Yeah. So the implications for that would be an altered metro network. So one of the things that the upgrades that we just did at Christmas time in the Blocker line was we are adding an additional loop track, which then allows for freight to be pulled across to one side so that metro trains have free run. There's the potential for additional costs to those receiving or sending the freight because timeliness for them is a very important factor. But also, an amended metro timetable as well, potentially, because the metro timetable to an extent works around the freight, but the freight also works around the metro timetable.
Thank you.
Ms. Grinland and Hancock, I got a bit confused by your evidence and the submissions of Council. Although you refer to a 5 metre setback, I had understood that your Kiwi Rail submission accepted 4.
5 is our ideal setback. 4 is something that we could live with.
And I think, sir, just to clarify where the 4 came from, I think in Kiwi Rail's submission, it gave the example of the general residential zone, which already has a 4 metre setback from road boundaries. And Kiwi Rail made clear in its submission that while its preference and position is 5, to avoid the introduction of additional rules and to take a sort of pragmatic approach, that in those zones where there was already, say, a 4 metre setback, that could be adopted.
Ms. Grinland and Hancock, Council made the point that the suggestions of cost from a setback are overstated in Kiwi Rail's view. Has Kiwi Rail quantified the difference the setback it's seeking would make to costs to landowners compared to either the 1.5 that Mr. Smeaton is recommending or the 2/2.5 that Kaingaora have suggested?
Not specifically, no, sir.
And in terms of your point at 6.5b, you said you couldn't get you couldn't get a designation to have no discernible effect at the boundary. Because it wouldn't meet the reasonably necessary test. Is that your understanding of the effect of the setback of the noise and vibration setback that Dr. Charles recommended, that it produces no adverse effect?
So my understanding, sir, is that in relation to if you included noise plus vibration, that if you were to designate the entire corridor to the point where there was no effect at the boundary, we would be looking at a excessively wide corridor, which does essentially sterilise all of the land within the designation, and so nobody could develop it without Kiwi Rail's permission because they'd need a 176 approval. I don't think that if Kiwi Rail was to seek such a wide designation, that we would meet the tests in terms of, what is the land reasonably necessary for the operation of Kiwi Rail's network.
With respect, Ms. Grinler Hancock, I don't think you answered the question, which is that your understanding of the setbacks that Dr. Charles recommends, that it is intended to ensure no adverse effect?
It's not intended to ensure no adverse effect, no.
And do you think that if a designation was focused on designating the area where there would be unacceptable health effects, that would likewise be thrown out as not reasonably necessary?
I think that would be a difficult decision to be made by the panel considering the designation.
What is your opinion?
I consider that there needs to be a combination. Transport infrastructure has effects, but we shouldn't unreasonably sanitise land from use and development.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Ms. Grin Hancock, I'm just going to your primary evidence in chief. So can you clarify? I couldn't find in there. Are you authorised to give evidence on behalf of Kiwi Rail?
Yes, sir.
Did you specifically look at a section 32 AA assessment justification for the 5 metre setback sort?
That is a work in progress that QRL is currently undertaking.
Without wishing to be flippant, that won't be finished by the close of the hearing tomorrow, will it? No.
No, sir.
Could you give us some examples of the issues that buildings within close to the boundary with the rail network, what sort of issues do they result that are of concern to Kiwi Rail? You've mentioned people accessing it, right? But sorry, what are the actual issues, or can you provide examples of such issues?
Yeah. Sure. So, for example, some of the things of concern are how people will maintain their buildings going on to the future. Do they need, and this is stuff that Kiwi Rail thinks about when they are considering whether or not to give written approval to a lesser setback. But it's things like if they need to use scaffolding, can they reasonably get that scaffolding up? Can they swing it around the boundaries without going into the corridor? It's human nature that if something or an area is a little bit tight, what do you do but go up and over the obstruction to try and get that piece of machinery or material in place? If somebody wanted to use a cherry picker, for example, if they wanted to paint their building, can that reasonably done without going into the corridor? It's also the incursions inadvertently across, the boundary fence. For the rail corridor, for the train drivers, they are constantly on alert as they take their train to its destination of any potential incursions into the corridor, because they are actually mandated, sorry for the use of the word, given current circumstances, to stop. And so if they need to stop or they need to slow down to make sure that whatever incursion is happening into the corridor is not going to impact on the train, that then has flow-on impacts to other services that are running. Also, if that incursion is such that there is immediate danger to the track or to the train, they have to stop immediately. Trains, as I'm sure you're aware, don't stop in a hurry. And so it's not just thinking about what the costs are of these provisions to the actual landowner, but what about the cost to the train driver? What about the cost to the 5 carriages full of passengers who then potentially could be injured? And I mean, we are talking, low probability, high impact issues if that train has to stop in a hurry. So the costs and the benefits of these provisions are, in many respects, difficult to quantify.
Thank you.
Commissioner Porirua?
Kia ora. Just one question for you to follow up on the earlier questions from the chair. Just wanting to clarify that in the absence of evidence of Kiwi Rail's operations have had to be constrained in the past due to complaints, etc., on what basis has Kiwi Rail then determined that the noise provisions in the PDP are first, warranted, and second, appropriate to manage both the adverse or the reverse sensitivity effects and also the potential health and amenity effects on local residents.
I'm reliant on the evidence of Dr. Charles in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Well, on that note,
One more?
one more.
Sorry.
One more for Commissioner Sinclair.
Ms. Grinland, through reading all of the evidence, particularly in relation to noise, both in relation to the road network and the Kiwi Rail network, there was discussion around noise, information on the current network potentially being available, and then other witnesses saying, no, it's not, and that kind of thing. Has Kiwi Rail done any noise monitoring or that in relation to its network, particularly through the Porirua area, where actual noise levels can have been determined and could be plotted on a map, for instance?
Sir, as far as I'm aware, there's been no specific monitoring in Porirua. I know there has been noise monitoring done in Auckland recently.
And the follow-up question is that in any way, that monitoring in any way related to the Section 32 analysis that you said was being prepared by Kiwi Rail?
No, it's not. It was specifically done for a project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both, Ms. Rapley and Ms. Grinland Hancock. We'll leave it there and take on board your input, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And if Ms. Sheard and her team are sitting listening, we're going to have a cup of tea now, and we'll restart at 11:20.
I'm Christina Shedd from Denton's Kensington Swan, appearing for Waka Kotahi. Just wanted to check, can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear, Ms. Shedd.
Excellent. Look, just a couple of housekeeping matters first. Waka Kotahi appeared on Friday, and Luke Braithwaite and Claudia Jones have prepared a short memo in response to a few questions that were raised on Friday. I think that memo has been provided to the hearing coordinator. I'm not sure if it's before you yet, but I just wanted to note that after speaking to legal counsel from Waka Kotahi, that you might recall on Friday you raised the issue of the correct version of the pedestrian planning and design guidance document, and I think Waka Kotahi had issues with the fact that it was being updated and the best way to reference it. Look, we are advised that Waka Kotahi is going to do its best to get that update completed prior to decisions being issued, and that it will liaise with council staff in that regard. In the meantime, the memo does provide the correct reference to the current guidelines.
I don't have the memorandum, Ms. Shedd, and therefore I don't know what it says. I think you need to explain to me why I should receive it, given the way that Waka Kotahi split its case. I think you might have gathered that I was somewhat perplexed that that the agency's planners weren't able to answer our questions on the spot, where they seem, at least to us, to be reasonably fundamental to the case they were advancing, and seemed to be assuming that they could retreat, regather, and come again in a circumstance where that has obvious potentials to prejudice Kaingora's position that's been heard in the meantime and doesn't have a right to be heard further. So that's my concern. I've been generally very accommodating for people who want to provide further information, but in this case where there's a clear contest between submitters and therefore a clear potential for prejudice between those submitters, I want to proceed with caution. So I think I'm happy to receive an application from you explaining why I should receive this further memorandum, the contents of which, as I say, I don't know, and how you're suggesting that any prejudice to Kaingora be addressed.
Sure. Look, I'm very happy to put that memorandum together, sir, and I do appreciate your position there. Just in relation to that guideline, it is, a clarification of what the date is on the current guideline, and the timing for potentially getting a new guideline in place. But certainly, we'll come back to you with a memorandum in that regard.
Well, as I say, if the memorandum was limited to that, then I could see it being a very simple application. But what I'm concerned about is that I don't know what else it might talk about.
Certainly, look, no problem at all, and it's obviously not helpful that you don't have it in front of you either. So just the timing, I guess, is unfortunate in that regard, and we'll put something in writing to you.
I'll just confer with my colleague. There is a broader question that the Commissioner's just alerted me to, which is I was discussing, I don't know if you were listening with Mr. Whittington for Kaingora, about the whole principle of referring to a guideline that is shifting literally under our feet. So in this case, you have a guideline that, as you say, is going to be produced before our decisions that no one else has seen. No one could possibly have made a submission or further submission in respect of. So on what basis is Waka Kotahi saying that is an appropriate course?
So, I mean, the guideline, as I understand it, is an update to the existing guideline to bring it into line with current practice. So my understanding is that it's not an entirely new guideline, and that's the sort of update that's commonly done by Waka Kotahi.
I suppose that really crystallises the issue that I was that's troubling me, which is how can the plan refer to a guideline that Waka Kotahi is changing in the background without any first schedule process around it?
Yeah, look, I guess that's the decision that the panel needs to make as to whether it feels like that subsequent change in the context of the provisions is significant. And I guess if the hearing panel considers it is, then the only option it has would be to reference the current guideline, which Waka Kotahi has provided the reference for now, and to look at a plan change at a later date.
Thank you. Without a diversion, I should invite you to make your case.
Sure. Look, just in terms of other housekeeping, you should have a statement of evidence from Ms. Hepplethwaite and
Yep.
her summary. You should also have a statement of evidence from Dr. Charles. Now, that's a separate statement from the Kiwi Rail one. He did 2 primary statements of evidence, but you should have one summary, because he did one summary for combining both the issues arising for the Kiwi Rail and Waka Kotahi cases.
Yes, we have that. Thank you.
Excellent. And you should also have a copy of my legal submissions. Now, I wasn't proposing to read through those. I was just going to touch on the key points if you've had a chance to review those submissions.
Have indeed, Ms. Sheard. So I have 1 or 2 questions, but so I just need you to draw our attention to anything you particularly want to emphasise.
Sure. Look, as a starting point, it is clear that the parties agree that noise from transport corridors has the potential to adversely affect health and amenity of neighbouring land uses and needs to be managed. So essentially, there are 3 situations where noise and vibration from transport networks can be an issue. The first one, we have the existing network. And as Mr. Stiles said on Friday, the WHO guidelines, or the World Health Organization guidelines, are likely to be significantly exceeded in parts of Porirua in the existing situation. But that's not a problem that we can fix through this district plan process. It's a very large and extensive historic issue throughout the country. And it would need significant funding to address that issue. So suggestions that the effects of the existing network can be completely internalised are simply not practicable or feasible, as you'll hear from Dr. Charles. Now, the second situation is where we have new roads and upgrades, and you'll be aware that Waka Kotahi implements implementation to manage noise effects in those circumstances. Now, that's not directly relevant to this hearing, but I do note as an aside that there has been a suggestion that the mitigation that Waka Kotahi implements is less extensive than the standards that are being proposed here. That's not correct, and that's something that Dr. Charles will address when he gives his evidence. So the third situation, and that's the one that's relevant to this hearing, is when we've got new sensitive activities coming to the existing network. And the first question to ask there is there a resource management issue requiring management in Porirua? Now, Kāinga Ora appears to agree that there's a potential issue, but says that it needs to have that the modelling needs to have been undertaken to be able to manage that issue. It says that without it, there's no evidence that there is an issue that needs to be managed. Now, it's clear that Dr. Charles would also prefer a modelling approach to this issue to determine the exact magnitude of the issue, but his expert opinion is that the distances proposed are an effective alternative approach, and he'll elaborate further on that when he provides his evidence. So then we turn to the question of, well, how should this issue be managed? And a two-layered approach is proposed. First, you need to look at whether compliance can be achieved with the standards without any mitigation and confirm that to council. So if you can achieve that compliance with the standards, then you don't need to do anything except confirm it to council. And that's similar to land that would be subject to, for example, a geotechnical notation for unstable land, or if there's a flooding notation in the plan where further investigation needs to be undertaken and potentially action taken. So if you can't achieve compliance with the standard, then or automatically, if there is an issue, then you need to design an acoustic insulation mitigation. It's still a permitted activity at that stage. There's no consenting cost. There's also no evidence that the cost of getting a report or implementing the mitigation in these circumstances would actually hinder development. You only become a restricted discretionary activity if you can't comply with the required standards, which everyone agrees are appropriate to protect health. So it's difficult to see how this is a blanket approach, as Kāinga Ora argues. When the modelling is completed, it would be available to landowners to assist with assessing compliance with the standard. It may be necessary to do no more than refer to that modelling. Waka Kotahi experts say that it's simply not feasible to internalise the effects of on an existing network, and it's submitted also that there's no requirement, legal requirement to do so in order to respond to developers wishing to develop next to the state highway. Where there is no development adjacent to the state highway at present, the existing noise levels are not an issue for the adjoining land. The effect that actually needs to be managed is the health effect that is created when the new use establishes next to an existing highway. And all the experts agree that acoustic mitigation installation along with ventilation would be effective in those circumstances. So the next question to look at is the Section 32 analysis adequate? Well, we've got a comprehensive Section 32 undertaken by Council, and that's been further supplemented by Waka Kotahi's Section 32 analysis. The costs of requiring the acoustic insulation have been quantified. Waka Kotahi's experts say up to 2%, and that's an up-to-date assessment of the costs. Kāinga Ora did cite an older Waka Kotahi document, which reports a higher cost, but provides no evidence of its own in relation to what those additional building costs might be. Dr. Charles can speak further to the cost estimate differences, but I'll just signal at this point that the 2% is the most up-to-date assessment that's been undertaken as a part of this process. The other issues that has been raised is whether a Section 32AA analysis would be required to delete the rules. Yes, we agree that one would be required. If Kāinga Ora wants the rules deleted, then there needs to be some evidence to support that approach. Deleting the rules would simply defer the issue to be resolved later, once the new development is constructed, and it doesn't address the health effects, which all the experts agree on. So just making a couple of comments on KiwiRail's legal submissions and the key matters raised by Ms. Rapley. I agree that there's a need to consider these rules in the context of Porirua. There are examples where similar provisions to these have been adopted around the country. Kāinga Ora cited a number of circumstances where the rules are currently being contested, but Ms. Hebblethwaite will speak to the circumstances around the country where similar rules have been adopted. This is not a novel or approach. It's not something entirely new. I think it's important to note also that Waka Kotahi's case has focused on the health effects associated with new activities establishing close to transport corridors. There's solid evidence of those health effects, and that by itself is sufficient to justify the rules. But I want to note at this point that I agree with, certainly from a legal perspective, I agree with the reverse sensitivity analysis that Ms. Rapley outlined and her comments in relation to a precautionary approach. So just in conclusion, I'd reiterate the point that the idea of just deleting the provisions doesn't solve this resource management issue. It just simply shelves the issue until later. You do have sufficient evidence in front of you. It is submitted that there is a serious resource management effect that needs to be managed now, and the provisions are the best way to achieve that outcome.
Ms. Sheard, you obviously would have heard the question I posed to Ms. Rapley. What evidence can you point us to, not just that there's a potential health effect, but that health effect might generate restrictions on the operation of the state highway network?
I think the focus here needs to be the effect on the occupants of the dwellings themselves. It is that health effect that's critical here. That's the effect that we're trying to manage in this circumstance.
I think Kāinga Ora's argument is that, yes, that's certainly an effect, but it's not a reverse sensitivity effect unless it produces the potential for constraints on the, in this case, the state highway network.
I think it does produce the potential for constraints. If you have people in houses that are suffering from health effects, there's always a potential for complaint. Ms. Hebblethwaite's evidence is that Waka Kotahi does receive complaints in relation to its network on a regular basis.
And do those complaints produce restrictions on the operation of the state highway network?
Ms. Hebblethwaite's probably in a better position to comment on what Waka Kotahi's response to those complaints is. I suspect that it probably varies from case to case, depending on the circumstances of what is causing the complaint.
Can you tell us about Waka Kotahi's designations? To what extent do they control noise produced at source?
So that very much depends on the age of the designation. So the conditions on, well, as you're probably aware, old designations have very few conditions attached to them versus the approach that's taken in relation to new designations, where there's pages and pages and pages of conditions. And some of those relate to the approach that's to be taken in relation to noise effects on adjacent activities. And that Dr. Charles can speak to that further, but you know, it does involve a noise, a comprehensive noise report and modelling to be undertaken, along with consideration of the best practical option. And again, Dr. Charles can expand on this, but my understanding is that Waka Kotahi does exceed the standard, in many cases, the NZ standard.
Safe to assume that the designation for the old State Highway 1 corridor will have little or no conditions, and Transmission Gully will have more conditions than you can shake a stick at.
I can confirm that Transmission Gully has more conditions than you can shake a stick at. I haven't specifically checked the existing designation, but Ms. Hebblethwaite may well have checked that designation, or may be checking it now as we speak to see what conditions are on it.
Well, if she wasn't before, she will be now. Interested in the comparison of costs. It struck me that Waka Kotahi was providing global costs of its global estimates of its own costs and percentage per unit estimates of landowner costs. So can you give me a sense of, like, at 6.3, 150 million to comprehensive the managed noise exposure for 50% of people above 64 dBLEQ. What percentage is that of Waka Kotahi's maintenance budget?
Sorry, look, I don't have that information. Ms. Hebblethwaite may have some idea of what the maintenance budget is, but I would note that 150 million is only to solve 50% of the problem, not the whole problem. So the costs are huge.
Well, what's the cumulative cost of the number of houses affected by 2% of the construction cost? Is that similarly huge?
There is a cost associated with that, but it's spread amongst the individual landowners who have sought to establish their new activities next to an existing piece of regionally significant infrastructure.
That invites a question that sort of, is the Section 32 analysis cost comparison the total cost to Waka Kotahi versus the cost to one landowner, or is it the cost to all landowners?
Ms. Hebblethwaite was involved in the preparation of that Section 32, so she'll probably be in a better position to answer that than me. But you can't, for any particular district, it's difficult to cumulatively assess what the exact cost is going to be until you've actually looked at each individual piece of land. And of course, you won't necessarily get all land developed. There'll be some pieces of land which are developed and some which are just left. So it's very difficult, I think, to put a total figure on the total cost of the acoustic insulation.
Oh yes, interesting question of law. 8.4. District plan provisions must give effect to national policy statements. Yes, I think I knew that. The National Policy Statement on Urban Development is now in force. Which version? Is this as at August 2020, or is this as amended on the 21st of December 2021?
As amended on the 21st of August 2021.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, since I had blithely issued a number of minutes asserting that that was the case. That was all I had for Ms. Sheard. Anything from you, Commissioner Sinclair? Commissioner Primaro? No. Thank you, Ms. Sheard. Would you, given the, I was going to say schizophrenic position of Dr. Childs, holding in his mind at one and the same time the needs of the and demands and the obligations of the state highway network and the rail network, do you want him to go next, or would you prefer Ms. Hepplethwaite to go first?
I'm relaxed as to who goes next. Perhaps Stephen could go next.
As I say, it might be best, and then Ms. Hepplethwaite can comment on anything that flows out of his evidence.
I think that's a useful suggestion. Thank you.
Well, in that case, we'll hear from Dr. Childs. Dr. Childs, we have two briefs of evidence from you. We have a summary statement. Do you want to, how do you want to play this? Do you want to do all of the rail network stuff first and then the state highway, or mix them together and just over to you?
I'm in your hands. I have prepared a summary. So a lot of the health effects there's a huge amount of commonality between the two networks. So there's a lot of questions that have come up, which I guess I've got to respond to. But I think in terms of just making sure I get the basics down, if I could just step through the summary, I won't read it verbatim, but if I can work through that just to make sure I cover everything.
In that case, let's do that. Let's go to the summary. If you've identified questions that the lawyers and planners have said confidently that you will answer,
yes,
then that would save me trying to find them again.
Certainly.
So
looking at my summary statement, I'll take paragraph 1 as read, introductory. Starting at paragraph 2. So various witnesses have said the existing road and rail networks generate sound and vibration that cannot be fully internalised. In my experience, even with maintenance and other methods to manage sound and vibration, the adverse effects still extend beyond the boundaries of the corridors. I'm going to pause there. There's been quite a lot of questions out there, and there were some assertions by Mr. Stiles about adequate or sufficient maintenance. And I just want to reiterate here, and it's in my primary briefs of evidence, that both Waka Kotahi and Kiwi Rail undertake extensive routine maintenance on the networks, and that maintenance contributes to managing noise and vibration effects. With noise, there's a continuum of how much work you can do, and you can gold plate the networks and enclose them all in tunnels and vibration isolate everything, which would be billions and billions of dollars. Sort of, I can't even comprehend how much. So I'm aware there's a comprehensive amount of work they do. There's a theoretical sort of gold standard perhaps they could work to, but from my experience talking to overseas colleagues and so forth, the the networks are maintained to a good standard to manage noise and vibration. Well, I'll digress. I'll come back to that as necessary. So with that noise and vibration that's extending beyond the corridors, there's robust international evidence, and we're quite lucky in this respect that the likes of the World Health Organization have done some thorough reviews, and that shows that this does cause adverse health effects on people living nearby. And Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Stiles, we all accept that international evidence. So the problem of people near the networks being affected, that exists internationally around the world. There's about 1/4 to 1/5 of the population affected by road traffic noise. In Europe, they publish data, and in New Zealand, it's about the same. So there's a lot of people. Study in 2019, I think Porirua district from the state highways, it was 2,500 odd people that were exposed above the World Health Organization guidelines. That's as of today. I don't have a number for the rail network, but it will be a fair number of people. So we've got internationally and in New Zealand, there's an existing problem. It doesn't have a straightforward solution. Still on my paragraph 3, but when we come and put new people exposed to that noise, there are straightforward solutions. So when you're establishing a new building, there's ways that you can avoid increasing the number of people affected. In paragraph 4, for that reason, I think it's absolutely essential that there are rules put in the plan to manage those effects on people in the new buildings. Paragraph 5, so the notified PDP does include controls, and by and large, I think they're using the right mechanisms, but I have identified in my evidence a number of areas where I think they need amendment to be fully effective. Paragraph 6, the joint witness statement, as you will have seen, Mr. Stiles and Mr. Lloyd and myself, we're actually in agreement on the vast majority of things. There's sort of 2 points where there's particular differences recorded in the joint witness statement, and that relates to road traffic vibration and to ventilation. So turning to road traffic vibration first, and again, this is something that I've heard, so I listened to the questions of Mr. Stiles and Mr. Lloyd, and I heard questions on this come up. And in his evidence in chief, Mr. Stiles has got quite a big section about road traffic vibration, and I think that points to where the differences in opinions come from and why Mr. Stiles in particular doesn't consider controls to be warranted. And so in my 7A and 7B, I'll go through these points. So the first one is Mr. Stiles is relying extensively on vibration assessments for new highways. And when there's a new highway built, you don't have services running longitudinally along the length of a new state highway. And if there's services passing underneath the highway, they're underneath the main pavement layers, and the main pavement layers are uniformly compacted and they've got a smooth surface and so forth. You don't have someone coming along and trenching in the middle of a new highway, whereas on the old existing state highway network, you will have driven over thousands of kilometres, where the road has been modified lots of times over many years, and you end up with discontinuities where the pavement's been disturbed as various things have happened over time. So where Mr. Stiles quotes vibration for new highways, where I've had vibration measurements for new and existing highways, there's sort of two different populations, there's two different categories. And I think that's one of the reasons why for the differences in our opinions there. And the second thing is that in Mr. Stiles' evidence, he talks a lot about surface condition, and he sort of implies that vibration can be managed through routine maintenance. And again, I've engaged by Waka Kotahi, I've had to go around the country looking at vibration complaints, and they don't all relate to surface condition. Often it's an underlying buried services or ground conditions and so forth. And I think in his answers to your questions on Friday, Mr. Stiles referred to a surface joint being a cause of vibration. So immediately he said that, I went to the database, and there's something like 40,000 odd surface joints on the network. There's an approximation, it's sort of 4 every kilometre. So joints in road surfaces is an inherent part of a road network. So to suggest that a joint in a surface is a defect that causes vibration is incorrect in my opinion. So an existing road or a new road network, when you lay a surface, you can't keep going for the 11,000 kilometres of the state highway network in one go. You have to break it up. So surface joints are a feature of the network. Moving on to my paragraph 8. Again, in the joint witness statement, we had a discussion about ventilation, and we all agree that when windows are closed, there needs to be alternative ventilation, and we disagree on the specifications. I've been guided by reports I've commissioned by others on what an appropriate specification is, and the advice I've had back is very clearly that the building code does not provide adequate ventilation. If you only provided the building code minimum, people will get too hot, too stuffy. They'd open the windows and they've got no choice. It's too much noise or not enough airflow and uncomfortable temperature. So that's my paragraph 8. Paragraph 9, jumping on to railway vibration. In the joint witness statement, we spoke more about the practicalities of vibration controls rather than the necessities. I think all three, Mr. Stiles and Mr. Lloyd and myself, we all agree that there are high levels of vibration near the rail network, which aren't compatible with residential use without some form of mitigation. You were pushing Mr. Stiles on distances, and I think he came up with 20 to 40, and then the rule before use 30. I don't think that's enough, but clearly, you know, in terms of at least that 0 to 30, we're all telling you that there's something needed. So what I've discussed in my paragraph 9 is there seems to be a little bit of misunderstanding that I think is leading to a slightly odd outcome, or at least in Mr. Smeaton's recommendations. So in my evidence, I've said, if you build near a railway, you've got to make sure you mitigate. So providing there's a vibration limit, you can build what you want, providing it mitigates that vibration. Mr. Lloyd has taken a much more stringent position, and he said, well, that mitigation can be so costly and complex. I don't want people going down a rabbit hole unaware of what's at the end of it in terms of that mitigation cost. And so he said, don't let people build near the railway. So I've said, do let them build, subject to a limit, and he said, don't let them build. But then the way that's been interpreted by Mr. Smeaton is as a restricted discretionary activity or a discretionary activity, that it's not subject to a vibration limit. And all of the experts agree that the vibration mitigation is in a lot of cases will be costly and complex. And so if that's being considered in the context of a resource consent, there's always going to be pressure to compromise a healthy vibration standard. And I think that's it. That's not appropriate. So I think my recommendation is that there should be a vibration limit, whatever the activity status is. There should be a vibration limit to ensure that doesn't get compromised. And I don't think, I know I listened to your question with Mr. Lloyd, and you were asking him, you know, are the rules proposed to Mr. Smeaton, do they reflect his advice? And he sort of indicated they did, but that's not consistent with what he's said as to his opinion of that vibration. So there just seems to be a discrepancy there. Everything he's saying is that there is a vibration issue there, and yeah, and he was promoting more stringent controls. In my last paragraph on the summary statement, I just note that Mr. Stiles has talked an awful lot about noise and vibration from the existing network. There's quite a lot of pages in his evidence on that. I don't agree with everything that Mr. Stiles has set out in that statement, but I haven't gone through it line by line because in terms of the decisions on the PDP and the rules on new and altered buildings and the sensitive activities, that they don't sort of directly relate to that matter. So I haven't gone through those. That was the end of my summary statement. There was one question that came up that I'll address, and then anything else. There's various others I'm aware of, but I don't want to go into a long monologue. So there's a question around the New Zealand standard and whether the standard for a new road is different to the standard that's being applied to new houses. So the New Zealand standard we're referring to here is 6806, and it applies when you're building a new road or altering a road. And the criteria, the category A, the best criteria in there, are identical, and the criteria inside houses are identical in that standard to the rules being proposed in the plan. And in terms of Waka Kotahi promoting these rules around the country, that's been a very deliberate step to make sure that there is consistency so that they're both treated equally. However, New Zealand Standard 6806 does allow for less stringent criteria in some circumstances, and that's where you're it's trying to recognise the significance of roading networks. But Waka Kotahi is always endeavouring is always endeavouring to work beyond the minimum requirements of the standard. So Transmission Gully, for example, Waka Kotahi, I think it's in the designation conditions, it's treating houses below that more lenient criterion in the New Zealand standard. I'm working on Otaki to North Levin at the moment, and Waka Kotahi there, it's applying the New Zealand standard, but then it's also looking at effects beyond the New Zealand standard. And all of the projects I've been involved in recently, as the process to identify the best practical option or the mitigation develops, for the state highways, it's trying to implement the best practical option, and the levels in the standard are just a reference point in that process rather than taken as the absolute requirement. Sorry, I will. I'll stop myself. There was one more. Commissioner Sinclair was asking about rail monitoring and predictions. So I'm not aware of something specific in the district. I would make the comment that the locomotive fleet is a national fleet, so it's the freight that generates the most noise. So there's an awful lot. There's data on the locomotives that run through the district, and there's a research. Ministry of Transport funded research project that's been going on for some time now. AECOM is producing a national road and rail noise model, and I think that's due to be published later this year. So there at some point there will be a rail noise model for the district.
So that's both road and rail.
Yes. So in terms of road, there was modelling done as part of the Transmission Gully project. I was involved in that. That's just for the Transmission Gully alignment, not for the other roads in the district. There was a national noise model on the state highways and arterial roads reported on in 2019 using 2017 data. So there is an older model for the roads. At that stage, a lot of the GIS input data didn't have very good resolution. So it was trying to get data for the whole nation. So some of the topographic contours were only 20 metre spacings, and there wasn't full coverage of the buildings and so forth. So the uncertainties on that previous modelling are quite large.
In terms of your summary, you've emphasised the difference between new state highways and existing state highways. In terms of the state highways in the Porirua district, which is in which category? I think it's safe to assume that Transmission Gully is new, but what's old for this purpose?
So what is now 59, I think. So from the transmission gully interchange at the south through to where transmission gully ties back in, and the section of State Highway 58.
Basically, the old State Highway 1 corridor that's being replaced by Transmission Gully, and the State Highway through 58 through south of the inlet and over Haywoods.
Yes, I'm involved. There is that section of State Highway 58. There is a project to upgrade that highway that's in process at the going through its approvals at the moment. I don't. It's not been lodged yet, but there's a State Highway 58 safety improvements project that's on the programme.
And you said that Transmission Gully had extensive noise modelling. In terms of and what did it show? In comparison to a 100-metre setback that you've said is the alternative to modelling.
So for Transmission Gully, it has quite a wide noise footprint, but for an awful lot of the area, an awful lot of the alignment, it's remote from houses. But through for Transmission Gully, the target noise levels will be exceeded beyond 100 metres. So where Wakakotahi is looking at refining the 100 metres to see where it can be pulled in. In that instance, ideally it should be pushed out, but Wakakotahi, as a policy decision rather than a technical acoustics one, they said, look, we're not going to seek controls beyond 100 metres because we're keen to address the worst of the effect, but we're not trying to get down to zero effects. So as a matter of policy, it's not pursuing controls beyond that distance. If you put controls through the Transmission Gully corridor on a technical basis, then you'd go beyond 100 metres.
In relation to vibration effects, you've emphasised my understanding is that ground conditions are a critical input. What studies have been done of ground conditions in Porirua that would tell us where it sits in terms of lessening vibration effects through to the spectrum to increasing them compared to the assumptions, the national assumptions?
So I'm not aware of a study that's been conducted in Porirua. There will be standard geological mapping available that would provide some information. But in terms of the variability, so when we deal with noise propagating through air is a fairly homogeneous medium. Wind and temperature do affect things to some extent, but noise is quite easy to predict. And that's still, a prediction. There's always pluses and minuses. There's uncertainty on it. But vibration through the ground, very localized differences in ground conditions can make have a significant effect. So if you measure vibration 5 metres apart or 2 metres apart or 10 metres apart, you can get quite high variability. So you've all got fundamentally the same underlying geological conditions, but it can be quite localized features that will change the vibration levels. And that's why the approach proposed is that there's a site-specific and a building-specific assessment required. So depending on where you put your building on the particular site might depend on the vibration exposure. So that you can't, without knowledge of what's been proposed, you can't say in advance whether something is or isn't going to be acceptable. And there isn't the scope in the same way for noise, as mainly as our input data gets better, mapping noise contours is becoming more feasible. With vibration, I can't see the pathway for that yet. I mean, it may be at some point in the distant future, but there's too much localized detail required.
In terms of vibration effect, is the height of the building a factor? Like because the government has mandated 3-storey residential dwellings as permitted, so subject to a number of qualifying factors. Is a 3-storey residential development unmitigated going to have more vibration at the top than a 1-storey standalone house?
I'm sorry, it's a scientist's answer. It depends. So as vibration propagates through a structure, it can amplify and it can attenuate. As a general, if you've got a heavy concrete frame structure, then you might get a more attenuation of vibration. If you've got a timber or steel structure, you get amplification. And then it's more complicated again in the fact that attenuation or amplification will vary with different vibration frequencies. So you have, it's usually, if you've got a particularly complex building, the structural engineer might throw his finite element models at it to try and work out that vibration response, or there's empirical data for transfer functions through different types of buildings. So, but it is a factor that's relevant to the vibration limit.
In paragraph 6.5 of your Waka Kotahi evidence, Dr. Charles, you note a number of second generation plans, including controls. But your description is generalised. How many of those plans have the same controls or more restrictive controls than the Porirua PDP?
I can't give you an exact answer to that. Last year, Waka Kotahi commissioned someone to go through all the plans and pull those. So I do have a spreadsheet which shows all of the controls in the different plans as of middle of last year. In terms of the noise limit, for example, that's been fairly consistent for most of the plans that I'm aware of. The distance for the application of controls, that's varied a little, but the 100 metres is certainly a reasonably common value. I'm aware if you look further along, some of the districts further north where there's slightly lower traffic volumes, the distance has come into 80 from 100, but in Porirua you've got quite high traffic volumes. And then some of the details, so I've been involved for over a decade on these rules, and Waka Kotahi has it's kept on investigating the issues, so it's refined the controls it's asking for, and also as it goes into different districts, the controls sort of get adapted to fit the rule structure in the different district plans. So there is quite a lot of variation in the details, but the fundamental aspects in terms of the standard that's being the 40 decibels inside a bedroom that's aimed to be achieved, that's been fairly consistent as far as I'm aware.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. Commissioner Sinclair, any questions?
Your Waka Kotahi evidence, Dr. Charles, 7.13 on page 11, just this issue around, is there an issue around the definition of noise sensitive activities that's still live? I'm talking the difference between habitable rooms, places of worship and marae, and then whether libraries, clinics, consulting rooms, operating theatres, is that warrant protection? Is that being addressed in the joint statement or through, if you're aware, to the where the planners have got involved?
So there's agreement between the acousticians. So in the joint witness statements, I'll find the reference.
Thank you.
Got it. So paragraph 18 of the joint witness statement. So there's an agreement there that all of the spaces that were listed in the Waka Kotahi submission should be catered for in the rules.
Right.
The acousticians, we then took a step back and say, well, this is just mechanics of how you set that out and how you how the definitions capture all those spaces. But it's clear that at that point in time, they weren't all captured in any of the drafting that was before you. It's probably a question for Ms. Hepplethwaite, but I think there was some drafting which has sought to rectify that issue now. But I say between the acousticians, we all agree that all the noise-sensitive spaces all meet criteria, and the criteria that was in that table one of the Waka Kotahi submission are appropriate, and then just how the mechanics of how that gets covered is down to the planners, but that hasn't been resolved yet.
Mr. Pomari?
Kia ora, Dr. Childs. Based on your very extensive, I should say, experience, it may be expensive.
A Freudian slip.
It's hardly for me to say. But given that your experience and expertise is extremely extensive and wide-ranging, as you've set out in your evidence in chief at paragraphs 1.3 and 1.4, and particularly in relation to this area of reverse sensitivity effects and in relation to noise, what is your understanding of the adequacy of the evidential basis provided for the PDP provisions relative to other planning contexts that you've been involved in?
So the evidence of the health effects is, I think I've used the word robust. In the acoustics literature, there have been exposure response functions, dose response functions have been published for decades.
Yes.
And a lot of the rules in district plans around the country have been based on those previous dose response. And over the last couple of decades, the research just keeps on building. It's an area that's attracted quite a lot of focus internationally. So there are lots of studies around the world establishing that dose-response relationship. And we've then had the World Health Organization, the Guideline Development Group, who did the systematic review. And so they looked at, I don't know, hundreds, thousands of papers, and they narrowed down to ones that met their criteria as being scientifically robust. And on the basis of all those papers, they then came up with the guidelines that we're now using. So the evidence of the health effects is more robust than I'm familiar with other issues where rules are made.
Thank you. So that it's that internationally based research and the guidelines that have flowed from that you rely principally on for the justification for the PDP provisions. Is that correct?
Yes, and just to add to that, so the question obviously is, are you using all this international data, or what does that mean to New Zealand? So that's the question that keeps coming up. So there was a study, I think published 2019, looking at annoyance. And so there's various different health effects. Annoyance is one of them. Yes. So there was a survey of New Zealand populations, hundreds of people exposed to road and rail, and that showed that if anything, we're slightly more sensitive, but within the. I wouldn't draw a firm conclusion on that. And then there's a further study building on that. There's a research project at the moment. So the international literature in itself is compelling, and then we've had some verification that that's directly applicable to New Zealand, or can be applied to safely applied to New Zealand, and there's more confirmation ongoing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think most of my other questions have already been addressed. There is just one final one for clarification at 6.4 of your evidence in chief. You refer there to common controls in most district plans, and you make a specific reference to the operative district plan, referring to limits for road traffic noise from Transmission Gully and new houses in the Judgeford Hill zone, as well as the Plimmerton Farm zone. And I was just wanting to clarify with you whether or not those rules have any current application, given that Transmission Gully hasn't obviously been opened yet, although we understand it's imminent, and that there hasn't as yet been any development in the Plimmerton Farm zone, and I don't think there has in the Judgeford Hill zone either, but I could be corrected on that. So I was just wondering whether those rules have had any current applicability at this stage, or are they? Will they manage future housing developments in those areas?
So I'm not familiar with the current state of development in those areas. So the rule for land being developed near so the assessment and the conditions for Transmission Gully address noise effects on the houses that existed at the time the notice requirement for Transmission Gully was processed. Yes. And so I referred to, there were some specific conditions where there's various houses on the north part of the route where there's investigations have happened and sort of worked through. But then if someone came and put a new house in between the ones that have been treated, that would be up to that new house to be appropriately designed. I'm aware of the southern part of Transmission Gully. There are a lot of there are some covenants between the developers and the Waka Kotahi. And I've recently been reviewing assessments made by the developers there to mitigate noise from Transmission Gully on those around the Waitangarua interchange area. And I'm very familiar with similar rules around the rest of the country. Having I'll have 2 or 3 emails a week with questions around sort of land activities establishing the state highways and applying whether rules are being applied correctly. They're just the ones where there's an odd question, but I'm sure there's many others that have been processed.
So is based on what you've said, is there anything you can point to that is happening in terms of those assessments in the Porirua context that might provide us with some understanding of how effective the district plan provisions have been and will potentially be in the future for managing adverse noise and vibration effects.
Pull me back if I've go down the wrong path. So the key thing about the provisions is you've got one opportunity when you're building a new house to have it facing, your rooms facing the right way and your ventilation system, and it's relatively cost effective to take that opportunity when you're building a new house. If you come along later and you have to retrofit it, it becomes disproportionately expensive, and sometimes you've already precluded some of the potential solutions.
Yes. So
having and I say I can talk to the ones where there's been a covenant, but around the rest of the country, I witness on a weekly basis developments where they make small changes. They'll put a bund along the side of the development, or they'll put ventilation in the houses, and those are happening continually around the country. And they also happen around the airports. All the major airports in the country have got similar controls, and various ports and so forth. And all that's doing is ensuring that buildings, when they're being built and there's that opportunity to build them to a standard to achieve a healthy internal environment, that's taken. And as I say, answering the question, the rules being effective. So all of the examples I see show how designs being modified or ventilation being added so that you do provide that healthy environment that's needed. So in my experience, they would be an effective control.
Yes, and thank you for that. That's really helpful. And just extending from that, and I know this would probably be almost impossible to answer, but is there any sense from what you've just said and the effectiveness of those planning provisions on a reduction potentially of complaints coming forward in relation to adverse health effects?
So you generally don't get complaints of adverse health effects. So the complaints are a very poor indicator of effects in many ways. So in terms of a lot of the complaints, they'll relate to engine braking or bumps and clunks or motorbike, whatever it is. Adverse health effects is it's a long-term effect, so it's an exposure to a level, so it's causing cardiovascular, so forth, is a stressor. So it's not something which triggers you to pick up the phone and complain. It does happen,
yes.
but the complaints aren't the real issue, or aren't a good indicator of the effect that's occurring.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
No, there's an existing adverse health effect occurring, and the rules in the plan are stopping that getting any worse. Those rules in themselves will reduce it as the building stock refreshes over a long period, but they won't quickly reduce that. It needs other initiatives to deal with that, but it very effectively stops it getting any worse than it is today.
Thank you. That's helpful. No further questions from me.
Commissioner Sinclair, you had one last one?
Dr. Childs, paragraph 9 of your summary statement, when you talk about that there was no vibration maximum limit set, sorry, could you tell us or where it is in your evidence that what that number should be?
Certainly. So it's actually the notified plan. So there is a vibration limit in the notified plan, and then Mr. Smeaton recommended deleting it.
Okay, so you just think it should be left there? The same number?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. No, that's...
So there's the number comes from a Norwegian standard.
Yep.
It's the best one we found. Sometimes it's described as the class C, and sometimes it's described as the 0.3 millimeters per second with some letters after it to describe what that means. But they all relate to the same thing. And so Mr. Lloyd and myself, where we both, we sometimes refer to that class and sometimes the number, but the number that was in the notified rule and Mr. Lloyd's evidence and my evidence, they're all the same thing.
That's it. Thank you.
We'll hand over. Thank you, Dr. Charles. We appreciate your input. We'll move to Ms. Hepplethwaite.
Good morning, sir. Just checking that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we're good.
Thank you. Just like to confirm, has the panel had the chance to read my summary statement?
I think that would be a no. So I think you better take us through it.
All right, thank you, sir. I will do that. Paragraphs 1.1 to 1.4 confirm my name and experience in compliance with the Environmental Code and the documents I reviewed, which include the JWS. 1.4 just indicates something which Dr. Charles has referred to, and Mr. Sinclair regarding the habitable rooms question. So in paragraph 1.4, you'll note that as a result of the joint witness caucusing, that I discovered there was a duplication area within my attachment A. So attached to the back of my summary statement is a revised attachment A. The only changes are in yellow highlight, and the changes there seek only to correct the duplication. Now, the duplication is that, as described in 1.4, clinics, consulting rooms, and operating theatres and nursing stations appeared in subclause A1 and also A3. Now, the correct location for those is A3, and that is what is reflected in my attachment A. So that hopefully answers the question regarding habitable rooms. More broadly, my attachment A, as per the primary evidence and as you can see attached to the summary, sets out all of the activity classes, which I understand from the paragraph 18 of the joint witness statement that the acousticians consider are appropriate in terms of describing the activities and also reflecting the dB levels which should be ascribed to the individual activities. Moving on to, again, the same issue from paragraph 1.5. Just to confirm, Mr. Smeaton considered that there was an advice note necessary regarding habitable rooms. I have explained to you just briefly before that I consider my attachment A reflects more clearly the technical outcomes which are sought by the acousticians and which I defer to their technical expertise on. With regard to policy 4, my paragraph 1.7, my primary evidence requested or proposed a change which included health effects within the principal part of policy 4. Upon reading Ms. Williams' evidence for kāinga ora, she proposed some further additional changes, which I have simply copied from her primary evidence there. You'll see sitting below paragraph 1.7. I consider that Ms. Williams' changes, which are reflected there in the blue text, are probably more useful than the changes I proposed, and that they expand further. They include new and expanded activities and also more broadly describe the nature of health effects proposed. So in that regard, I prefer the proposal of Ms. Williams for policy 4 to that which I have included in my primary statement. Turn now to probably the last remaining, or nearly the last remaining point of difference, which is what I'll describe as the 50-metre exemption rule. Now, the panel will no doubt recall that under the 42A report that there is proposed, the rules proposed are not intended to apply to additions or extensions or activities which are less than 50 metres in squared. You'll see there in my paragraph 1.9 that I've given some examples of the types of activities that could be accommodated within a 50 square metre additional alteration. In my experience, in addition to those things, often minor dwelling units of 50 square metres can accommodate 2 bedrooms. In fact, occasionally I've seen 3, but that's not a common occurrence. But at 2 bedrooms, I would expect anywhere from 2 to 4 occupants to be accommodated in that dwelling, which in my opinion is an increase in people who could be exposed. Mr. Smeaton and also Ms. Williams have indicated that the changes which I proposed, which is effectively to delete the 50 square metre exemption, would capture all additions and alterations. This is correct, and that was a deliberate outcome which I was seeking. There may be some situations where there are smaller additions which may choose not to or are practically unable to provide compliance with the permitted activity standards for acoustic insulation and ventilation. In those circumstances, a landowner would be able to seek resource consent for that non-compliance, and the nature of the addition and the effects of that addition on the occupants of the building would be assessed on a case-by-case basis. I do appreciate that that is an extra regulatory burden to landowners, but it needs to be balanced against the potential for increased exposure of people. For example, my minor dwelling unit example with 50 square metres, you'll get incremental increases of exposure in some circumstances, which if the 50 square metre exemption remains, would not be captured. And those people would still be exposed to the health effects that Dr. Charles has previously alluded to. Briefly now, just turning to paragraphs 1.13 and 14 there. Mr. Smeaton proposed a permitted, controlled and restricted discretionary activity tiering system for the rule provisions. As Ms. Shedd has described, it is my preference that activities inside the identified setbacks are permitted as long as they meet standards, and the only time that a resource consent would be required would be if those standards were not able to be met. I prefer this as it's a simple and straightforward proposal. It makes it very easy for people to see what is required of them. Conjointly, I'll just summarise my position on vibration and outdoor noise. For vibration, I continue to support the inclusion of the rules for the reasons that Mr. Charles has identified. And for outdoor noise, paragraph 16, all the experts have agreed within the joint witness statement that outdoor noise in living spaces is an effect which should be managed. And in this regard, you'll note that there is a provision which I have proposed in my annexure A as noise standard S7, which addresses this. I am, of course, happy to answer any questions, but that is the highlights of my summary statement.
Ms. Hepplethwaite, could we deal first with the questions that Council passed in your direction?
Yes, sir.
As I previously observed, the hospital passes. The first relates to the extent to which there is evidence that complaints and indeed actual health effects have in the past or have the potential in the future to constrain the operation of the state highway network.
Sir, my evidence does not address either of those items. I believe Dr. Charles has addressed that in his comments to you in his previous oral presentation.
I think he has assessed the extent to which there is potential for effects. The issue is, can you give us evidence of a link between said effects and constraints on the state highway network? If, as I put it to Kaingora, if the complaints are just going to bounce off and the state highway network is going to sail serenely on, then I think that that's something we need to know about.
I am not able to answer that question, sir, primarily because I do not have an overview of complaints Waka Kotahi receives or the responses which they make in that regard.
And the second question the council passed in your direction, I said, well, she was comparing global costs on Waka Kotahi with a percentage increment on construction costs, and I was saying it's apples and oranges, and what are the global costs on both sides of the equation?
Sir, I'm sorry, that's also outside of the ambit of my evidence and my area of expertise. I don't have an overview of construction costs across the country or the funding which Waka Kotahi invests in its projects or maintenance for that matter.
Thank you. Next, as regards the 50 square metres, I understand your reasoning. Is there an argument that if somebody wants to add 10 metres, requiring 10 square metres, requiring them to get a resource consent is disproportionate to any issue that extra 10% may raise vis-a-vis the, and therefore that there is an answer that may not be 50 but is a number? And secondly, is there a potential to qualify additions that do or do not involve noise-sensitive activities?
Sir, I'll answer that slightly in reverse order. The rules only apply to noise-sensitive activities. Therefore, if you proposed an addition that wasn't a noise-sensitive activity, it would not be captured by the rule. And if I go back one step to your question about is there a alternative number, I think I've understood, than the 50 square metres, say 10 square metres. In my opinion, it's not so much something you can measure with a metric. It is more about what is the proposed use of the space and does it change the exposure level of inhabitants of the building or users of the building. So there may well be some situations where a small addition doesn't alter any of those things, or there might be a situation where a small addition could result in an increased exposure.
But going back to my question, which is a Section 32 issue, if the addition is small, the costs of a resource consent are effectively going to make any addition unviable, irrespective of circumstances. Is that a satisfactory endpoint?
Well, the alternative, sir, is that the landowner provides mitigation and doesn't need to obtain a resource consent. So they, I guess if you wish, the costs invested go towards improved or reduced health effects and improved outcomes for the building occupants and not towards a consent process, which would result in both a cost to the landowner but also potentially a poor outcome in terms of health effects.
And last question about outdoor spaces. The joint witness statement, the acoustic experts seem to me to be saying that the effects were really outdoor patios and decks and yards. They're not the garden or the lawn. Is there scope to talk about, to qualify more accurately what we mean by outdoor living spaces that need to be the subject of mitigation? And if it's already defined as such, you can tell me that too.
Yes, sir, I'm just going to check. Yes, I do think there is definitely scope for that. And bear with me one moment, sir. I'm just going to confirm provisions. In my opinion, it should only be applied to the required outdoor space. The plan requires square metres and orientation, etc. Yes, sir, if I could direct you by way of example to the Section 32 report, which is attached to my primary evidence. I think it's attachment C, sir. And it is page number 16 of the attachment. The page numbers I'm referring to are the typed numbers on the bottom right-hand corner of the page, but that also equates to the PDF numbers if you happen to have that electronically.
Yeah, I've got it open in front of me.
Okay, so at the bottom of the page, Sue, there is a rule there, number 2, permitted outdoor activity areas. And under A, it says where an outdoor living or outdoor activity space is required by another rule in the plan is within the noise corridor boundary overlay, ... It's required to provide that. So that's an example of a, shall we say, a preferred provision. It's not the be all and end all, but the intention of that is to provide you with an example which indicates the outdoor space requirements are only to apply to required outdoor living spaces, not other areas more generally.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you, Ms Heatherwaite. Paragraph 611 of your evidence, just defining a minor dwelling as an ancillary activity. Did Waka seek any amendments to the definition of minor dwelling or minor household unit or whatever the national planning standards require?
I am not certain, sir. I could find out and report to you. My engagement is limited to this topic only, and I haven't overviewed the remainder of the plan, but I can report back if you wish.
Before doing that, I'm just trying to, that if the minor unit is an ancillary to the dwelling, the main dwelling on the site, it's just that when I'm reading it, you've questioned defining the minor dwelling as ancillary, and it kind of confuses me when in relation to this noise issue. So if you could clarify what it is you're on about. What's the problem with the definition? I suppose that's what I'm getting to.
Okay. So the paragraph in italics above my paragraph 611 has come from the Council's Section 32 report.
Yep. And
that talks about, in the third line from the top there, minor residential units are defined as being ancillary to primary residential units, ... I considered, when I read that the Section 32 was in some way discounting the relevance or potential effects on the minor dwelling because it was ancillary to the main dwelling. Whereas in my opinion, whether the minor dwelling is ancillary to the main dwelling or not doesn't really change the potential for effects on the occupants of that building. So possibly, sir, I've overread what was intended by the Section 32 planner, but I felt that needed addressing, and that ancillary or not, an effect could still arise.
Right, okay. No, I think that clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Heatherwaite, and to the balance of the Whakakatahi team. We'll take your input on board and consider it as always. Any final comments, Ms Shed?
No, thank you, Commissioners.
In that case, we'll adjourn, restart at 1:30 with the friendly folks from Transpower. Transpower team?
Yes, I am.
Apologise for the delay this morning. However, I assure you we will complete Transpower's case this afternoon, come hell or high water.
That's appreciated, and perhaps it might not take quite as long as we prepared for or allowed for, given there may have been less opposition in the end than we were pessimistically expecting. But obviously that's up to the panel in terms of the degree of questioning, but we should get there. Thank you, sir.
So first of all, thank you for the joint memorandum. I see, Mr. You signed that out, resulting from your discussion with the Forces of Conservation. We'll talk to Ms. Whitney about the content. I think we'll just take that as a given, that to the extent that she shifted her ground, she's explained that. So that's the version that's now on the table from Transpower. Personal apologies for giving Mr. Bullen heart palpitations, suggesting that your legal submissions had to be were due last Wednesday.
That's right. It was a good check for our reading.
Over to you. You have we've read the joint council minute. We've read your legal submissions. So over to you to present your case.
Thank you, sir. Kia ora koutou, members of the panel. I suppose, yes, the preliminary matter you've just addressed, and thank you, sir, for acknowledging that. Appreciate it came in relatively late, but that was as speedily as we could progress matters, which I think does move things on quite helpfully, and I'll address some of the relief now proposed in my legal submissions. And as another preliminary matter, I suppose, the witnesses and actually myself have all taken the step of preparing some notes for this, which we would be happy to provide to the panel if that were useful. I was conscious of not ambushing the panel with too much paper over the weekend, but insofar as what I'm saying differs from what's written down, I'm happy to provide some notes that might help or alleviate the need to take rushed notes by the panel. So with me today is Ms. Rebecca Eng, who's the technical lead policy at Transpower. Also Mr. Ben Cartwright, engineer lines and technical engagement team. Ms. Pauline Whitney, of course, providing planning evidence, and Mr. Bullen is in my team at Denton's and would be sitting as my junior if we were sitting in real life. Now, I think I can probably skip over the preliminary introductory parts of the legal submissions. The panel will be familiar with the key outstanding topics. I mean, there's plan structure, and in that regard, I won't do more than record Transpower's ongoing preference for national grid provisions to be consolidated for the reasons set out by Ms. Whitney. There's the new policy in terms of enabling the national grid and its benefits. There's the provisions in terms of managing the effects of the grid, and that's 7 to 9, where the most movement has occurred in light of the discussion with DOC. And finally, there's the provisions in terms of third-party effects on the national grid, which is infrastructure policy P6 and associated rules and standards. Now, my legal submissions note that there's no real dispute as to the statutory framework. I'm sure the panel's very familiar with it and probably tired of hearing about it from every party. I do touch on the Port Otago case, which is possibly a useful update to the various case law around giving effect to national policy statements, and in that case, the National New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And the point I make there is that in that case, obviously the policies are quite different, but there the court found that a careful analysis of the directive wording at play was such that it couldn't be given effect to by, if you like, watered down or diluted wording in the subsidiary instrument. And to some degree, Transpower is concerned. I think this probably applies mostly to the PXX, the new policy for benefits, and P6 in terms of managing third-party effects, that some of the relief or recommendations of the officer and of other parties do have the effect of watering down to some degree the NPS ET, but we'll come to the substance of that in due course. I should also note that the Porirua case wasn't concerned with how to reconcile the NPSET and the NZCPS. It was only concerned with the internal workings of the NZCPS. And I have quoted in the submissions some, I think, useful guidance from the Hairene, that's Tauranga Environmental Planning Society case at paragraph 211 of the submissions, in terms of neither of those instruments necessarily trumping one another. Both need to be reconciled and given effect to in subsidiary instruments. And that envisages a careful process of examining and reconciling the different directions. And my submission is that's the process that that DOC and Transpower have undertaken in the last week, admittedly behind the scenes and not in front of the panel. But I do say that Ms. Whitney has carefully considered those differing and sometimes at odds, or directions with tension between the instruments, and sought to reconcile them in a way that gives effect to both as much as possible. Moving now to the policy infrastructure PXX being sought by Transpower. I note in the submissions, and I won't repeat myself, that the relevant NPSET directions are, in my submission, quite directive. They are that decision makers, quote, must recognise and provide for certain outcomes, which is, to my mind, very directive when it comes to policy directions that are enabling. Quite often we have very directive, protective policies or policies concerning the environment or avoiding effects. But these are some of the more enabling and directively encouraging policies out there. Further to that, must is obviously a strong direction, as is provide for. The panel, of course, will be quite aware that they are decision makers under the RMA. And the issue of contention here is that the planning of the council officer rejected the relief sought on the basis that the recognition of infrastructure broadly was already taken care of in infrastructure P1, and providing for the infrastructure was addressed in the specific national grid policies. I'll summarise the key responses to that quickly. The first is that in order to give effect to NPS Policy 1, the PDP does need to recognise and provide for the benefits of the grid. And I'd say, as was borne out in the Porirua case, that recognising only takes you so far, but to provide goes much further. And if the panel will allow it, a rather glib example is, if I'm a diabetic and I want insulin, would I want a doctor to recognise my need for insulin, or would I want the doctor to provide my need for insulin? And I do say that, and that illustrates the way that providing for does go much further than simply recognising. Because recognising, as the Court of Appeal put it, allows considerable flexibility and scope for choice.
Is that another way of saying it doesn't mean anything at all?
Potentially. I have my own views as to the weight given to policy 9 of the NPS in that case. I think a slightly stronger reading may have been possible, and maybe more was intended at the time by the framers of that direction. And the court does talk about the regulatory mismatch in terms of how things were framed and how they're now applied. I suppose the point is, insofar as the court made those comments about recognise, they don't apply to provide for, which is the direction we're grappling with here in the NPS. So I suppose I'm seeking to distance myself from the commentary on recognise and hone in on the provide for requirement.
While you're on that subject, Mr. Hartsmith, what does it mean to provide for benefits? Using the analogy, you recognised and provide for the benefits of insulin, but that's not the same thing as you prescribe it.
I think it might be in that case. If I suppose you need to consider what that requires at the policy stage, but also at the resource consent stage. and if there's a strong must provide for direction, that would, to my mind, suggest granting resource consent and granting consent on terms that allow those benefits to be realised.
Doesn't say that though. It says, if it had said recognise and provide for the benefits of the national grid to be realised, I'd completely agree with you. Just as the NPS REG says recognise the benefits of renewable energy, and if you're providing for the benefits, is that the same thing as ensuring those benefits are obtained?
I'd suggest it comes very close to it in practice. I mean, the thrust of the NPSET is that the national grid is a public good which should be provided for, should be able to work effectively, and I suppose indirectly that Transpower shouldn't be unnecessarily bogged down in planning processes to enable those outcomes to occur. So it's a clear steer to decision makers that, within reason, of course, the national grid and its benefits are to be recognised and provided for or realised.
See, you've just repeated the language of the policy, and to me, just emphasised the difference between what it says as opposed to what it could have said to have made that meaning clear.
But perhaps it could have, and perhaps if you were rewriting the NPS, which is now quite old, you might consider different wording.
Like, I think there are lots of NPS authors who, with the benefit of hindsight, might have rewritten the documents.
Yeah, I entirely agree.
You go for it.
Mr. Hudd, just related to that, isn't there a matter of internal inconsistency within the NPS itself in terms of what its objective is and then what the policies are? If you say that the policies are really directive in relation to recognition of benefits and managing the effects, and that the management of those effects is directive and including managing the effects on third parties about what must be done, but
yes,
in the objective itself it only talks about the management of those effects. So you've gone from managing it to protection within the policies. You've jumped, there's no avoidance or anything like that, protection referenced in the objective itself. So how does that follow through to the provisions that are now before us?
That's a fair observation. I suppose I'd suggest that at this stage of the process, looking at the details of district plan provisions, it's appropriate for us to take our guidance from the policies of the NPS, which are more specific, rather than to second guess whether those policies appropriately give effect to the objective. Perhaps that's also a planning question that Ms. Whitney may have a view on, but I suppose if you drafted the objective to include all the wording that was then filtered down, it would become a very long objective indeed. And to my mind, that objective does read more like a sort of purpose statement, I suppose. But the intention in the policies is fairly clear. And again, I don't understand that we're in a position to second guess the drafting of the NPS.
And probably more substantively, in terms of your case, the case that you are supporting and Ms. Whitney is recommending, to give effect to that recognise and provide for benefits, I was wondering first, given the wording of Policy 2 of the PDP, wording in front of me of the PDP.
Oh, so.
Can't put my hand on. No, not quite. Sorry, Mr. Hudspeth, having stopped you to ask you.
Quite all right.
Be rather. So we have a whole lot of specific policies about recognising what the national grid does and what benefits it accrues. What extra does parroting the overall policy give us? I think Mr. Smeaton's line of reasoning is all the detailed provisions do recognise and provide for the benefits the national grid provides. And so the question is, what in your mind, can you give me a benefit that is not appropriately recognised and provided for in the detailed policies?
Yes, I mean, it's true that the policies do include that provide for wording in respect of activities. The only difference I can point to, I suppose, is that the kind of overarching PX that Ms. Whitney is advocating for would provide a broader, more high-level direction to decision makers at the resource consent stage to recognise benefits in that context. That, to my mind, is the additional benefit, if you like, of the policy. But I would accept that what is provided already does go most of the way there.
Thank you. You should roll on since we interrupted you, or I interrupted
yes.
you, and then Commissioner Sinclair climbed in.
Thank you. Happy to move on, sir. So the next section, so I think that has covered that. The next section of the relief really is in relation to effects of the grid, policies 7 to 9, and this concerns the areas, of course, where a revised position has been reached following discussions with DOC. I don't intend to cover that in more detail than required because most of it does boil down to the wording recommended by Ms. Whitney. I suppose I'll note in passing that the NPS does provide quite, again, directive guidance as to how to think about effects of the national grid, which sets it apart from other activities. There's some analysis of that in section 6.1 of my written submissions. I don't want to repeat that. I guess I could distill it into the following comments. Broadly, policies 2 to 5 are in different ways enabling or encouraging of transmission activities, and they're framed in terms of things that decision makers must do. In contrast, policies 6 to 8 are essentially obligations on Transpower itself as the owner and operator of the national grid. Of course, they also apply indirectly to decision makers, and they are expressed in terms of things that Transpower should do. Policies 6 and 8 are also qualified by the phrases where appropriate and seek to, respectively. I do submit that those differences in wording were deliberate. should and seek to my mind, both admit the possibility that the desired outcome may not be practicable or possible in such circumstances. And in that situation, the policy could, I'd suggest, still be met if Transpower is able to satisfy the decision maker that it had appropriately sought to achieve the outcome in question. I suppose a must avoid doesn't admit the possibility of failure, whereas a seek to avoid suggests that one must go a certain way to try one's hardest, perhaps. But if it's not practical, that doesn't necessarily mean the policy has not been complied with or given effect to, as the case may be. Final comment.
Mr. Hudspeth,
yes.
Can I ask you a question about that line of reasoning? Because my understanding of King Salmon
yes.
is that it said that various elements of Section 6 are something in the nature of an environmental bottom line. It was focusing on O&Ls in the coastal environment, but it was saying that that, along with the policies derived from it that are in the NZCPS, are something in the nature of a bottom line. And if they are something in the nature of a bottom line, Section 6C, related to Indigenous biodiversity, which doesn't have the qualifier referencing inappropriate subdivision use and development, must, I would have thought, equally be something in the nature of a bottom line. That is the problem with your analysis, should as opposed to must, that if it's only should, then it's contrary to Part 2, contrary to those bottom lines?
Interesting question. It's been some time, sir, but that's not quite my recollection of King Salmon, and I'm sure Mr. Bullen will be helpfully checking for me.
That's what able and dedicated juniors are for.
but as I recall, the comment was in relation to more policies 13 and 15 of the NZCPS, and it was to the effect that while Part 2 of the RMA and Section 6 and 7 may not give primacy to some aspects of sustainable management over others, that doesn't stop subsidiary instruments such as the NZCPS from doing so. And I believe it was policies 13 and 15 rather than Section 6 that were described as being in the nature of a bottom line. And assuming I'm right on that, I suppose I would say that policies in the NPSET have also, to some degree, decided to or directed giving primacy to some aspects of sustainable management over others. So efficient use and development of natural and physical resources in terms of the national grid, keeping the lights on and all the benefits associated with that, maybe to some degree, I don't want to say prioritised, but may sit in very tight competition with the other Section 6 directions that might normally apply. So I wouldn't, without checking the case law, sir, accept the proposition that Section 6 trumps the NPSET. Rather, I'd suggest that the NPSET gives effect to all of Part 2, gives substance to Part 2, including Section 6. But I'm open to Mr. Bullen telling me that that was entirely incorrect. But perhaps we could circle back to that after the other witnesses.
And the other thing that since I've interrupted you, is was looking at, you're yet to get to this, but I'll tell you what I was going to ask you about anyway. Going to 6.9C, saying policy NPSET, policy 2, policy 5, unqualified direction to enable, and I thought that that was putting it a bit high, given.
Where was that? Sorry, 6.9 of my written subs?
Correct.
I see. Yes, I think unqualified might be a bit high in terms of policy 5 of the NPSET. but it is must enable reasonable, and I suppose reasonable is the qualifier. So unqualified is, yeah, you're right, incorrect. But must enable, which is an unqualified direction so far as it goes, the reasonable operation, maintenance, and minor upgrade of requirements of the established assets. I would submit, so that's a very strong direction.
Would a reasonable provision for those requirements include consideration of those matters that in Section 6 said must be recognised and provided for?
Yes, I think implicitly it would, not just because they're in Section 6, but because that's reasonable in the round. And perhaps we'll come to it, but Ms Whitney's amendment to the sort relief does enable more of that consideration. And
in Policy 2, it says effective operation, maintenance, upgrading and development. How do you define effective in that context?
I suppose it's in terms of operationally efficient or effective in a technical sense. Yeah, I suppose, and it's linked to the regard to be had to technical and operational requirements. Yeah, and the counter proposal would be ineffective operation, maintenance, and direction, which, yeah, I guess less effective.
So ineffective is something that doesn't work, and effective is something that does work. Is it as simple as that?
Yes. Perhaps that's oversimplifying, but yes, I think that's the point it's headed towards, and I would say it sits with the requirement to consider operation and technical constraints. And implicitly, I suppose what Policy 3 suggests is that when you're considering a measure to avoid effects or manage effects, you should think very carefully before imposing it if it would, cut across or be not feasible in light of operational requirements, or perhaps constrain the effectiveness of the network.
I'm just tossing words around here, but you could achieve the same meaning by talking about not prevented, that the operation, maintenance and upgrading and development should not be prevented.
I don't think that would give effect to Policy 5. Policy 5 is a must enable the reasonable operation, so simply not preventing it isn't quite the same as enabling it.
Yeah, there are additional connotations. In this plan, we've had the style is enable is something with a permitted activity tagged to it.
Right.
And I take it you don't suggest that it's using enabling in that context, that all operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the grid must be a permitted activity?
No, I wouldn't be suggesting that necessarily. And I suppose while that's a reasonable interpretation of what enable means, it might be specific to this plan and not universal. The other part of the background here is that if we're talking Policy 7, most of the activities are regulated by the NES already, and the NES won't be revised based on what is decided here. And much of those activities are, as I understand it, permitted, provided they meet certain standards. So I suppose in that regard, that is an enabling framework, and the policy would be reflecting it.
And while I'm testing you on words, what's the difference between a minor upgrade, an upgrade, and a development?
I think it's development as a verb rather than a noun. But yes, and Ms Whitney, I think, acknowledges that those aren't defined terms and cautions against attempting to define them in the abstract. It is something of an elephant test, sir. We did discuss this issue in preparation for the hearing, and I think Ms. Eng and Mr. Cartwright might be able to provide some examples of what definitely were considered major and definitely were considered minor. So it's perhaps easier to identify them in real life than it is to provide a nice definition. But the way I think about it is that you have minor upgrade in policy 5, which relates to existing lines, and in light of how enabling that policy is, does sound something relatively minor, where there's not much scope for choice.
Well, I put it more directly. Is it minor in terms of the scale of the change, or in the scale of the effects, or both?
Very good question. You could define it either way. You could take a transparent out view of it being minor in terms of the benefit it provides, or you could take an effects-based view. I suspect in the context, I'd be inclined to read it as effects-based rather than minor for Transpower's point of view. For example, you wouldn't want to say that a minor in space change of conductors, which hypothetically doubled the capacity, shouldn't be enabled because it was of too much benefit to Transpower. So I suppose, given the section is about environmental effects of the network, I would read it as being oriented towards environmental effects. But Ms. Whitney may comment if she has a different view.
The question I'll ask Ms. Whitney, and that she could start thinking about, is that if that's the appropriate interpretation of that policy, would it assist if the policies of the PDP said that maintenance and minor and upgrades that have a minor effect on the environment should be enabled, something like that, or be enabled, not should, but
are enabled,
something like that.
Yes, no, that's a good question.
And the question I was discussing with the representatives of Whakatahi, who have a similar focus on upgrading and development to you, or to Transpower, I don't want to personalise that, is when you have a nationwide network, arguably everything is an upgrade. In Whakatahi's position, every new road is upgrading the network. In Transpower's position, every new line is upgrading the national grid. So where is the line drawn between an upgrade and a development?
Yeah, I suppose the way I think about it, at least, and Transpower witnesses can comment as well, is that upgrading is something you do to an existing line, and a minor upgrade, as I said, might be change, improving some insulators or conductors. Substantial and major might involve deviations, new support structures, and so forth. But planning and development, and perhaps a major upgrade, is something that is a more substantial deviation. There's possibly a clue, sir, in policy 4, which talks about considering alternatives in the context of new transmission infrastructure or major upgrades. So that suggests those are, I suppose, major enough for a consideration of alternatives in terms of how to manage effects to be meaningful. I'd suggest there's not much you can do if you need, for operational reasons, to upgrade something where it stands to manage the effects in terms of route selection. But if your upgrade is so big that it's almost a new line, that's when you've got more options to play with, and the NPS is more directive in terms of what you should do about that.
Do you think that there is value also in inserting greater clarification? There is actually a definition of upgrading which says increase the capacity. But as I pointed out to the representatives of Whakatahi, every new development would do that as well. Every new road, yes, every new transmission line increases your capacity. So, as I say, do you think it would be helpful in the direction of the discussion with Whakatahi was they were focusing on designations. If you needed a new designation, their view was that was a development, and if you could operate within the amendment by amending the existing designation within the same corridor, that was probably an upgrade. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's similar to my understanding and the way I've thought about and how the witnesses and I've talked about in our discussions. I suppose policy 7 and 8 talk about planning and development. That to me speaks to new lines. I think of people in Transpower with a map on the wall, planning where to develop and doing some planning and development of the grid at a broader scale, whereas upgrades are sort of seem to me to be more local and on the ground in terms of upgrading what's already there. So I suppose that's a consistent interpretation to what was advanced by Wakatahi.
Well, to be fair, they weren't advancing it. I was quizzing them about possibilities.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So just that was just an idea that I floated out, that I was trying to see if you might agree or not agree, and if you didn't, tell me why.
No, I don't think I disagree, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that perhaps covers P7, given that Ms. Whitney can speak to the detail and possibly any refinements. There has also been some movement in terms of P8, and the key change really is that Ms. Whitney and thus Transpower now do support a seek to avoid direction being retained in relation to high value overlays, although not more generally in terms of open space and recreation. And Transpower, on Ms. Whitney's recommendation, does continue to seek removal of a cross-reference to the eco policies and having ECO policies and having SNAs included in the seek to avoid direction instead. And without labouring it, DOC has now effectively come in behind in support of that drafting. And I think the remaining differences are probably more planning matters that Ms. Whitney could more appropriately address. I'll move to P9 in the absence of questions. Okay, so in this case, there was not much change recommended in the officer's version. One of Ms. Whitney's concerns was with an avoid direction in relation to Schedule 9 outstanding natural landscapes and features in the coastal environment, and the same issue with reference to the eco policies. Ms. Whitney's revisions are to instead refer to SNAs as part of the seek to avoid direction, and to have a policy, have the policy effectively include something of a mitigation hierarchy, where where activities are located in the coastal environment. And just looking at that policy, I would observe that Clause 3 is prefaced with the phrase, where the national grid has a functional need or operational need to locate in the coastal environment. So that already puts quite a high bar on Transpower and onus to prove that it actually needs to be there, which I think does inform how the following policies should be expressed. And I suppose as a practical matter, if I could be so bold, I suggest that in real life, Transpower wouldn't likely go near the coastal environment with its planning, upgrades and development for a range of reasons.
It would be in the more trouble than it was worth category?
Correct, yes. So it would only do that if it absolutely convinced itself that it had to. And I see Mr. Cartwright nodding online, and perhaps he and Ms. N can confirm that. So this wording, this new approach, as far as it goes, was supported by DOC as set out in the joint memo. Also, as recorded in the memo, there was some additional wording discussed that wasn't agreed in terms of managing significant effects on other Tier 2 values, if you like. I suppose broadly, Transpower submits that Ms. Whitney's supplementary evidence does include appropriate wording that does reconcile and give effect to both the NZCPS and the NPS in an appropriate way. and in the way that's contemplated by the High Court's decision in Haerini. In terms of that direction, and I can't go into it's a slightly odd position, sir, because it was brought up in without prejudice discussions, and I don't have drafting in front of me, but it's alluded to in the policy. So I suppose to preempt a question, Transpower's view was that a reference to avoidance of all significant effects in the coastal environment would not be consistent with the seek to avoid direction in the NPSET, or with the need to provide for effective upgrading and these other directions in the NPS in terms of technical and operational requirements. Yes, and again, this is when I was thinking of this introduction to policy 9 clause 3, that what we're proposing is that Transpower might be allowed to not fully avoid all effects in the coastal environment if it was in fact necessary to be in the coastal environment. Now, this, of course, as part of the context, isn't currently, or nor is it perceived to be in the future, an issue for Porirua, because there are currently no lines in the coastal environment. Mr. Cartwright will confirm there's no need to go there in the foreseeable future. But there was a discussion brought on by DOC in terms of, the policy is nonetheless providing fully for that possibility. Right, unless there are questions on that section, and perhaps you're saving them for Ms. Whitney, I might move on to the effects on the grid. In the legal submissions, there's again some observations made in terms of what I say are the quite directive nature of policies 10 and 11, and these are again framed in terms of things that decision makers must do, rather than things that should be done or should be sought to be done. Without wanting to overplay that distinction, I think it's notable. And there's two parts to policy 10. One is to manage effects as far as reasonably possible to avoid reverse sensitivity, and the other, which can be separate but sometimes overlapping, is to ensure that the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the grid isn't compromised.
Mr. Hudspeth, what do you mean? How do you interpret compromised? What does that mean? Is it the same thing as not adversely affected? Is it where is it in the spectrum?
I think just in terms of the natural order of natural and ordinary use of the term, it probably doesn't mean no effects, but it means not affected to a degree that compromise occurs, which is again probably just to repeat the words back at you. But perhaps there might be some scope for trivial effects on something that don't compromise it, just as a matter of language. I don't think I could argue that wasn't the case. But I suppose the direction on decision makers is, to the extent reasonably possible, they must ensure there's no compromise. So that is quite directive, and it is a strong requirement.
Is it the reason I pose the question is that in the decisions, in the Environment Court's decisions about O&Ls in the Queenstown Lakes region district, about which I am very familiar, it shifted strategic policies, objectives and policies from a focus on avoiding a particular level of effect to not compromising the values, which I think the court saw as a higher level of effect, so something more fundamental than any old adverse effect at the margin, which I think is pretty close to what you've described, but I just wanted to test that out. Like it's a sort of no fundamental impediments marginal effects are okay or might be okay, but nothing that goes to the heart of what, in this case, Transpower is trying to do.
I think that's right, and perhaps the panel will be guided by Mr. Cartwright in terms of what goes to the heart and what doesn't, practically, and what Transpower is seeking to do. Mr. Cartwright and Ms. Eng do describe the extent to which Transpower, can accommodate some development through careful planning and collaboration and communication. So it's not the case that Transpower is seeking absolutely scorched earth, nothing can happen near a transmission line, but it is seeking some policies which, in terms of the evidence provided, are considered necessary to avoid the grid being compromised. And I suppose in terms of, for example, if you take the specific activities in Policy 10, it's the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development that aren't to be compromised. So one aspect where that plays out is in terms of ensuring there's adequate access to transmission lines. Now, again, that might not mean, best gold-plated access always, but it does mean, feasible, realistic access that allows repairs to occur. And if access isn't provided, then, maintenance is by definition compromised because you can't get in there and do it.
Well, can I ask you that question? Because that is something that I certainly was going to talk to Ms. Whitney about. Is legal and physical access an RMA issue at all, or is it a property issue?
I had anticipated a question on that, Sarah, and my written notes even include a little section, which again I can provide, but I think it's both. You'll be aware, sir, that Transpower has legal access to all of its existing lines under the Electricity Act. Section 23 enables it, with a statutory notice process, essentially, to enter onto land to carry out inspection, maintenance, and which is defined to include some minor upgrades as long as there's not injurious affection. That's the legal right that exists. So I'd say that Transpower has an adequate legal right to carry out the required activities. That's what the Electricity Act intends. It doesn't intend that Transpower should, for example, have to get an easement to secure that. It's clearly provided for. But that's of no use if the legal right is frustrated by the practical inability to actually physically get onto the site. And I'd say that it is reasonably possible for the panel as a decision maker to put in place some controls on activities that prevent reasonable access, and thus they're required to do so. And so I do say it's a resource management matter.
Well, following up on that, if the Electricity Act doesn't provide Transpower with an adequate safeguard for its practical operation, then isn't that a problem with the Electricity Act that Transpower needs to take up with its minister, then rather than an RMA issue, or that you need to fill the gap utilising the powers of the RMA, which are for quite a different about managing effects?
I don't think so, sir. I think the Electricity Act provides a legal right of access, but it doesn't itself regulate activities, third-party activities near the grid, at least not in that section. And government or the minister through the NPSET have sought to provide for effective operation, maintenance and inspection. So I think it's, and one of the effects of land use is preventing inspection and maintenance from occurring, and that's an effect which can and should be managed.
I suppose I come back to my understanding that there is at the heart of the RMA a distinction between what the RMA manages and what, for instance, the Land Transfer Act, the Property Law Act and the Electricity Act and a whole range of others manage in terms of the use of land. sort of I'd always understood, where, as I say, I'd always understood there was a distinction to be drawn, and this seems to be something of a blurring of that distinction.
I do disagree, sir. We're not here asking the panel in an RMA function to grant legal property rights. Those already exist under a separate piece of legislation. We're asking the panel to implement the NPS and put in place measures that are reasonably possible to prevent the national grid and its operation being compromised. With respect, I don't see the difficulty, sir.
Yeah.
Where do designations sit in the scheme of things? Because my understanding is that Transpower hasn't designated its existing lines and has made a strategic call to rely on those Electricity Act provisions.
That's probably best addressed by Ms. Eng, sir, but my understanding is no, Transpower hasn't gone back and designated all of its existing lines in light of the access rights afforded by the Electricity Act and the sort of, I suppose, corridor protection approach that's often taken in district plans around the country. And I understand it is implemented, I don't know with how much controversy, around most other district plans. I suppose part of that picture, sir, is that a designation wouldn't be required to enable Transpower itself to carry out activities on existing lines because the NES covers that. So it would purely be a restrictive designation that would apply to landowners of the underlying land. It couldn't benefit Transpower because of how district plans and NES relate under section 43D it might be. And I suppose, and this is for Ms. Whitney as well, that having reasonable controls in district plans is a more appropriate and less heavy-handed approach than going around and putting down designations that are purely restrictive in nature and apply only to third-party activities.
While it's very generous of Transpower not to impose heavy-handed regulation, of course, designations would give landowners the opportunity to seek compensation for Transpower's use of their land.
They would have the same right under Section 85, sir, if they considered that district plan provisions rendered the land incapable of reasonable use. I'm not aware of whether that's been tested in relation to corridor protection provisions. Perhaps Ms. Whitney and Ms. Enger.
Could Mr. Cartwright and Ms. Eng, when we come to them, provide examples within Porirua of those areas where access has been compromised, and for both the current line for maintenance purposes and for any further development as well, please?
I suspect they can, and certainly there are examples elsewhere in the country. I suppose the intention here was to prevent such situations from occurring by having clear rules that everyone's aware of in the plan, consistent with policy 11. And to your point, Mr. Chair, I suppose while policy 11 doesn't relate to access specifically, it does very clearly limit what third-party activities can occur within a, quote, reasonable buffer corridor of the national grid. So I think there's clear intention on the part of this NPS to regulate underlying activities.
Okay, well, I don't think we can go on any further with that, but can I ask you to look at your paragraph 7.4? I was puzzled with how this was put and what you in fact meant at B. To the extent reasonably possible, brackets, not practical, close brackets, is still a strong direction. Were you saying is this a short way of emphasising that it says reasonably possible, not reasonably practical?
That's quite right, sir. Perhaps I could have been clearer, but yes, I was just drawing the panel's attention to the fact that the choice of words was reasonably possible, and that's perhaps a slightly higher standard with less flexibility for choice than if it had said reasonably practicable.
Well, based on Justice Wiley's decision, it certainly means rather more and the other aspect I took from Justice Wiley's decision is that we should be satisfied that what Transpower are seeking is reasonable, is both reasonable and not disproportionate. The judge seemed to be emphasising that too. Of course, what is reasonable is very much in the eye of the beholder, but not disproportionate is probably how a public lawyer would put it.
Yes, I'm afraid I haven't read the decision closely recently, but while policy 10 doesn't really colour, well, the reasonably possible provides to the extent to which decision makers ensure activities aren't compromised. So I guess, yeah, there is a degree of proportionality in that concept that if it's reasonably possible, not just possible, but I suppose also reasonably possible. It doesn't say proportionate, but there might be some degree of proportionality in there. But I suppose really I'm relying on the evidence of Mr. Cartwright to convince the panel that the requirements sought are reasonable and are necessary to avoid compromise.
Thank you. Should roll on.
Yes, I think. And in that regard, there are a number of refinements sought by Ms. Whitney to the associated rules and standards, but I don't propose to address those. There is just one matter I should probably comment on. My legal submissions refer to the Taranaki Energy Watch case in terms of situations where it is appropriate for district plans to control hazardous substances because there is a proposed rule in relation to hazardous substances in the yard. It's come to my attention that was actually decided before the RMA amendments took effect. So it shouldn't be relied on for the proposition that the change in council functions, had no effect because it wasn't required to consider that question. I would point the panel though, and we have tried to find any subsequent comment in the case law and we're unable to find any. I suppose the two things I would point to though are the MFE guidance, which does say that while there's no longer an express function on councils to provide for hazardous substances in all circumstances, councils, quote, still have a broad function of achieving integrated management and may use this function to place extra controls on hazardous substances under the RMA if there's a gap effectively. And in terms of the gap, again, we've done some research into what controls exist under the health and safety at work and HAZNA regimes and couldn't find anything in particular focused on specifically transmission lines or external hazards from the environment that might apply to the storage of hazardous substances. Most of those controls and those regimes are relatively self-contained. So I do submit that it is appropriate in this case for the district plan to regulate the storage of hazardous substances in the yard, as in directly below high voltage transmission lines.
We had a discussion with the representatives of First Gas this morning, and they were unable to point to us to any specific provisions in the HAZNA legislation. They're talking about people with explosives near their gas line, which understandably makes them a bit nervous.
Yes.
The question that I would have is, isn't that going to be covered by not by HAZNO as it applies to the grid, but HAZNO as it applies to the hazardous substance? and looking at potential effects of having a hazardous substance within KOE of your grid?
I'm not sure I quite follow. I suppose what we're seeking is that hazardous substances aren't beneath the grid, or at least not permitted.
But the point being that won't the HASNO controls ensure that they're not there anyway?
That's precisely the concern, sir. I'm not aware that they do. I don't think that, well, we certainly couldn't find any direction under that regime to consider whether there might be transmission lines overhead, for example. Possibly there might be some very broad requirements in the Health and Safety at Work Act to, manage health hazards to the extent practicable, but there's no specific direction. And Mr. Cartwright's evidence is that with some advice from Transpower, it is usually possible to manage or control the risks associated with such activities in a way that isn't provided for in other legislation.
So there's nothing requiring test certificates of any kind for as particular substances or stored in a particular volume?
There probably is, sir, but there's no separate regard to whether that's appropriate in all physical locations, including under transmission lines. There might be, health.
Would transmission line be a sensitive environment for hazardous substances?
No, but in the event of a fault, it could be one that leads to an effect of low probability but high potential magnitude.
The Taranaki Energy Watch case, in terms of its applicability to all hazardous substances, wasn't that appeal only about petroleum exploration and production? It didn't cover all hazardous substances. And Mr. Hudspeth, before you answer, I was involved in that case. It's 2 years of my life I'm not going to get back.
I may have been aware of that, sir. I defer to your understanding of what the case was concerned with in that regard, but yes, it may well have been confined in the way you suggest.
Perhaps, yeah.
Any way to tell whether, if you've looked at it, that's what I understand it to be about, but the court may not necessarily be restricted in terms of the decision itself or the comments that the court made on it.
Yes, I suppose I was relying on it for the general proposition that there is still an appropriate role for the RMA in terms of regulating some aspects of hazardous substances that aren't already provided for in other regimes.
Again, that was all about the petroleum industry and the regulations relating to that, rather than those in WorkSafe or HASNO as they relate to other hazardous substances that aren't to do with petroleum exploration or production.
Okay, that's a fair comment. And I suppose the MFE guidance is more on point, and we'd be happy to provide a reference to that if that's useful.
I suppose the question I would have is what value can we put on MFE guidance?
Yeah.
Well, that does. You say I absolutely understand the point. That's why my first request was for the team to find some case law on the point. But there hasn't been any, as far as I'm aware, simply because the change is relatively recent. I'm aware that the Waikato District Plan, I think, does include, for example, some controls on hazardous substances in the plan, but hasn't reached the appeal stage yet. So there's no case law as such I can point you to.
So the change that Transpower's sought in relation to that, is that a rule? Could you just take me to the parts where probably Ms. Whitney's evidence?
So why don't you wait for Ms. Whitney to do that?
Oh, okay. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
Probably. Yep. I think she'll know all of those rules backwards. I'm not saying that Mr. Hudspeth doesn't, but it might be a little quicker.
Oh, I'll agree she knows them better than me, sir. Right. I didn't have anything else unless there were questions, sir.
Thank you. Just towards the end of your submissions,
Yes.
9.6, saying that Ms. Williams provides no higher order direction. I would have thought the NPSUD was a pretty obvious reference point.
Yeah, sir. I mean, it exists and it's broadly enabling of development intensification. But I did check that point when you were referring to it this morning, sir, and I couldn't see any direction that countervails or undermines or pulls in different directions to the NPSCT directions. There is the requirement to only depart from certain density requirements where there's a qualifying matter, but I think it's clear that giving effect to another national policy statement or ensuring safe or efficient operation of nationally significant infrastructure are at clause 3.32 as qualifying matters. So I don't really see any tension there, with there being some site-specific controls or measures associated with the grid and the broader nationwide directions or objectives of the NPSUD.
And more generally, I say I can understand that you might have a problem with Ms. Williams' suggestion of unacceptable reverse sensitivity effects, but given the reasonably possible qualification and the focus on effects that compromise the network, do you think that a policy approach based on avoidance of all reverse sensitivity effects can be sustained?
I do in the policy, actually, sir. I suppose the direction to avoid reverse sensitivity effects is separate to the direction to ensure the grid isn't compromised. It does stand alone, subject only to the degree reasonably possible the decision makers are to manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity. And I think actually the council's planning officer, sir, in paragraph 51 said that it's reasonably possible to avoid reverse sensitivity effects as a result of subdivision by declining subdivision consent in some circumstances. So at least on the face of the NPS, I think it is actually slightly stricter on reverse sensitivity than it is on other things that might compromise the function of the grid.
Sorry, Mr. Husworth, could you just clarify that again? It's just the difference between the what is it? Must, to the extent reasonably possible, manage effects to avoid reverse sensitivities is one thing, and separately is not compromised in relation to those ensuring those other things are not. Could you just go over that difference again?
Yeah, perhaps the High Court Justice Wiley framed it quite well, and I've quoted that in paragraphs. Sorry, let me just find it. Paragraph 7.3 of my written submissions. Yeah, policy 10, to the extent reasonably possible. Yeah, there's a direction that decision makers must manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, and I do say this is separate. So I think there are two limbs of policy 10. Must also ensure that the operation, maintenance, etc., is not compromised. And I think, as we've discussed with the chair, not compromising might allow more scope for flex than must avoid. In the sense that I suppose reverse sensitivity effects are to be avoided at the outset by preventing subdivision in some cases, whereas there might be some practicalities involved of some activities that can't be avoided that in a small way may constrain or affect the grid, but nonetheless can proceed if they don't compromise the grid. So I suppose I see there being two limbs, and the one in relation to reverse sensitivity is more onerous in my view.
Do you think that's counterintuitive? I would have thought that direct effects might be more, that there might be a better case for a higher level of effects reduction than reverse sensitivity. Like,
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I suppose if it depends on what the direct effect in question is. If you're talking about a crane or a forklift running over a transmission line, then yes, absolutely, that should be avoided, not just where it compromises the grid. I suppose, but it would compromise the grid. So in terms of how we achieve that outcome, we avoid it. Whereas there might be some less intrusive activities in terms of maintenance and so forth, which may not entirely compromise the grid, but may inconvenience or render those activities less practical.
the other thing, the other thing that was the reason why we were delayed in having you start your case, was had an extended discussion with the representatives of Kiwi Rail and Whakakatahi as to whether the prospect of complaint alone is sufficient to give rise to a reverse sensitivity effect, or whether there needs to be a potential for those complaints or the vulnerability that the definition of reverse sensitivity talks about to actually produce a constraint on the activities of the network. And like you've focused in on subdivision, but it's really subdivision use and development. It could be anything. Does there have to be some linkage that that the end result is a potential constraint on the national grid?
I suppose realistically, yes. I mean, the definition of reverse sensitivity is where the initially existing activity is constrained or affected in its operation. So clearly, just some complaints or noise aren't quite an effect. But I suppose where that line is and how that relates to the provisions is probably best addressed by Ms. Whitney and Ms. Ing and Mr. Cartwright in terms of the kinds of problems that Transpower has in practice and what the best way of resolving those is.
Well, on that note, perhaps we better hear from them.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Which order do you want to run them in?
I've now forgotten, was it Miss Ing first?
Over to you. Your case.
I was asking them what we discussed.
Oh, sorry. Who's putting their hand up?
I think I was next. Can you hear me?
Certainly can.
It's good. Better start with the technology than last time I appeared. Thank you, Chair. If agreeable to the panel, I'll speak to my summary and happy to respond to questions at any stage. And I've obviously noted a number of matters that have come up in questions, and if it suits, I can come to those at the end of the summary.
Happy. We'll try not to interrupt you while you're in your summary, knowing that that you're going to maybe come to our issues.
I note that there were no matters raised in evidence of other submitters or indeed in legal submissions by other parties that require additional comment or elaboration on my original brief. My name is Rebecca Ing. I have the qualifications and experience set out in my statement of evidence for hearing 4. As Mr. Hudspeth advised, I'm technical lead policy and employed by Transpower. This summary sets out an overview of my primary evidence dated 21st of January. Under the RMA, the majority of Transpower's existing transmission lines are regulated by the National Environmental Standards for Electricity Transmission Activities 2009, which I refer to here as NESETA. The NESETA does not include any provisions that regulate subdivision land use and development near the national grid, nor does it authorise the establishment of new transmission lines or substations not already constructed as at January 2010. The National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission recognises that these activities have the potential to compromise the national grid, and it establishes a policy framework for regulating the activities of third parties within a buffer corridor. Transpower relies on local authorities, being primarily district councils, in consultation with Transpower to give effect to this policy framework within the district plans. Within the proposed Porirua district plan, Transpower supports a buffer corridor framework in the form of the National Grid Yard and National Grid Subdivision Corridor. The approach it supports and submissions for Porirua is generally consistent with that adopted in other jurisdictions over the last decade, including in operative district plans within the Wellington region. Turning now to its process for major upgrades and development of new transmission assets, Transpower has developed a systematic process known as ACRE, for developing and upgrading the transmission network. The progressive filtering approach enshrined within the ACRE methodology ensures that Transpower explores all practical options for avoiding or reducing the effects of new transmission assets. In conclusion, in my opinion, the policy and rule framework as proposed in the proposed Porirua district plan and recommended to be refined through the Transpower submission and the evidence of Ms. Whitney gives effect to the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission. Would you like me to go through those other items now, or any immediate questions from the summary?
Why don't you give us whatever additional material you've got, and then we'll go to the questions.
Okay. Just on the matter of the discussion around upgrades versus new assets, I think Mr. Hudspeth covered this quite comprehensively, but just to, I suppose, explain from an RMA policy perspective, which is the angle that I'm driving at when looking at this matter, we will, within the organisation, we would not treat everything as upgrading, and I think that there was quite a reasonable amount of discussion around that in any case. How I would look at it from an RMA perspective, and the extent to which policies within district plans and all RMA plans, in fact, and policy statements, the distinction really sits between what Transpower might reasonably consent through the NESETA versus what it might require a different regulatory tool to consent. So that's quite a clear distinction, and for example, if the asset didn't already exist and we couldn't rely on the NESETA to consent that activity, and we were looking to, for example, rely on a notice of requirement and a designation process, we would be turning our minds to the policies within the MPS that regulate or specify an approach for that. So that's on that particular part, and I think that's looking more in the example of the Porirua district plan is, for example, the INF policy P9 framework we would be turning our minds to in that situation. With regard to examples that Commissioner St Clair raised about access being compromised in Porirua specifically to Transpower assets. We would have to go away and find out about any specific examples with our landowner and corridor management team, unless Mr Cartwright is able to alert the panel to any that he's aware of. But there is an example within Mr Cartwright's evidence, and it does talk about the difference. It does talk about NZECP 34 Code of Practice compliant earthworks that nevertheless has resulted in difficulty accessing a pole for maintenance and operation purposes. That's a good example that we think of when we support these provisions within the National Grid Yard context. And another example that isn't in evidence, and I can provide this, is where a subdivision has occurred that has blocked the resulting property or dwelling built, has blocked Transpower's access to a tower for maintenance in Auckland, and the crew has shown up there to do work and discovered that it can't get any vehicles in the space left down the side of the house that it was anticipating would be there. And in that instance, access had to be secured over a number of adjacent properties that cost and disruption to those landowners that shouldn't have occurred in that instance. So those are examples elsewhere, not necessarily Porirua specific, but we can find out if there are some that exist, if that's useful.
So if you can tell us what the cost to Transpower was from not being able to access, was considerable cost for them to access by getting it through the access over these other properties. If access had been maintained over the property that developed and put it in there, what was the cost to the that landowner for losing that development?
I wouldn't be able to quantify the cost to the landowner, but I could make an attempt at finding out the cost to Transpower.
Yep.
It's probably worth clarifying also on that example that the landowner didn't comply with its subdivision plan that had been agreed with Transpower. So it built in front of where it was.
So that's a compliance issue. Yeah.
And also, I just wanted to pick up on an element of Commissioner St Clair's question about this particular matter, and you can correct me if I've misinterpreted this, but you alluded to us providing the example in the context of access being prohibited to new lines. I just wanted to, or development of new lines. I just wanted to clarify that is not the intent, and I can't see within the provisions how that would be an outcome. Also, where Transpower certainly wouldn't expect access to be maintained in all places so that it can put its lines wherever it wishes in the future.
I'm going to say that Mr Hudspeth said that policies 10 and 11 include development, so that's new development, therefore it's included.
That could be the interpretation. The way we interpret that in practice is where we are required to, for example, do a line deviation around to make way for a third-party development. For example, there are situations in Auckland where Waka Kotahi has required us to shift assets out of the way for motorway interchanges, for example. And that's what we think of as development in that context. It certainly doesn't, the maintenance of access to structures doesn't authorise future development or authorise access to future development other than as required in response to the needs of other parties, and I suppose the corridors fulfil part of the function of being able to shift assets within a reasonable area and also within the confines of the National Environmental Standard.
So, where is that policy an internal policy to Transpower rather than something that's before us?
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Ms. Yang, I only had one question. That was raised by a lay submitter this morning as part of a reasonably heartfelt appeal to us whether we could make the plan a bit simpler and a bit clearer, and which my answer was all suggestions gratefully received. One example, though, that he gave us of words not saying what they mean was the National Grid yard, which, as he said, any layperson would think switch yard, which is not what you mean. And while I appreciate that that is a term of art that Transpower has sought and numerous district plans have inserted, is there room to find a term that lay people would more clearly understand what you mean?
I have sympathy with that view. It potentially is misleading, especially in terms of the common understanding of what a yard is, for example, in a front yard or a backyard, and the types of district plan rules that regulate buildings in that context. I am personally not aware of the reason for the use of that particular word, but I don't know why we couldn't look at the wording itself in the future. I have no alternative suggestions at the moment. As you say, it's something that we have been using commonly around the country for quite some time.
Well, in the interests of plain English, if you're able to come up with an alternative, then I'm willing to give you leave to submit it. I don't think anyone would care what you called it, particularly if it was clearer than the current term.
Might be simpler to change the name of switch yards.
Yes, however, that is the only question I had. Commissioner Sinclair.
So, just on 1.5 of your evidence, and I'm just clarifying with you've got no designations in the Porirua City Council now. You've got no designations within Porirua District at the moment for transmission lines, rather than we've got substations or
one substation at least.
Yeah. Is it Transpower's policy that if you were going to build a new line somewhere in Porirua, would Transpower seek a notice of requirement and designation in order to? Is that the method that you would use nowadays for a brand new line somewhere, as an example?
That's generally the preferred methodology now, or the preferred tool to rely upon for new lines. And we have a handful of such lines around the country for newer lines that have been constructed post the NES.
Thank you.
Mr. Pomari?
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eng. Should we hand over to Mr. Cartwright?
Thank you, sir.
Sounds good. Is everybody hearing me okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cool. And I will apologise in advance. I've had a minor allergy attack, so you might have a few sniffles in the background. My name is Benjamin Roy Cartwright. Mr. Hidsworth introduced me pretty well. I'm employed by Transpower as an engineer. And if it pleases the panel, I'm just going to read a summary of my evidence, and there's a couple of points I've picked up on that, like Miss N, I'll just address.
Fine, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So transmission lines. Overhead transmission lines include 5 basic components: conductors or wires, structures, predominantly towers or poles, insulator sets, foundations and earth wires. These are described in Appendix A of my main statement of evidence. Now, these components are designed to perform specific functions, and it's often difficult to change their look, location, or size to minimize adverse effects without compromising that function. Transmission lines require ongoing inspection and routine maintenance to address aging, willful damage, corrosion, and degradation. Our most frequent maintenance activities are foundation and tower refurbishment, tower, conductor, and insulator maintenance or replacement, vegetation and tree control, and earth potential rise mitigation. Physical access, and we've talked about access a little bit, but physical access to transmission lines is required for all maintenance and project work, including for staff, vehicles, helicopters, and large construction equipment. A regulated transmission corridor is essential for providing adequate access and working space at the poles, towers, and midspan. On access and underbuild, underbuild can delay, restrict, or compromise the ability of Transpower to undertake maintenance or project work. In order to undertake vital maintenance works and upgrades if required, appropriate access to the national grid must be maintained. Access to the national grid is particularly important to consider when consent authorities are assessing proposals by third parties to change land use or to subdivide land. And this is mainly or largely because when a system fault occurs, the grid needs to be restored quickly to reduce impacts on businesses and communities throughout the Porirua district and also beyond. Midspan underbuild, particularly dwellings and buildings forming part of intensive developments, creates significant additional costs and delays for Transpower when restoring the grid. Prudently designing buildings, structures, or activities with the transmission line in mind ensures vital national grid infrastructure is protected and can be maintained and upgraded. On third parties, the transmission network gives rise to specific risks, such as lethal electric shocks. These risks increase if there is inappropriate activities located underneath the transmission lines or in close proximity to them. Transpower operates its asset as safely as possible, but there are risks due to the high voltages being carried on the network. Lethal electric shocks can be caused by conductor drop, earth potential rise, and flashovers. Hazards can also be caused by trees, mobile plants, and other material coming into contact to or close to the overhead lines. Transmission lines can also cause concern or annoyance because of how they look, the mechanical or electrical noise, electrical interference, and perceived health effects. These effects can lead to requests for Transpower to underground lines, relocate lines, or to raise or lower conductors. On earthworks also need to be managed to take the lines into account in all areas. Earthworks can prevent physical access to transmission lines or reduce ground clearance to unsafe levels. Further earthworks adjacent to towers or poles can undermine the stability of structure foundations, causing the structure to lean or worse collapse. My evidence contains examples of the problems created by these earthworks, and one of them I will direct you to is an Appendix B of my evidence, Figure 1. There is a photo in Whitby, Porirua, where, and I'll give you a second to turn to that. I managed to find it while Miss Eng was speaking. Of some earthworks that, while the developments in Porirua were being developed, massively constrained our ability to access our grid. If you guys have found that photo there, and there's a wee short blurb around it.
I've seen Mr. Renton from Transpower provide that same photo previously?
Yes, Mr. Renton has been a huge guiding hand for me in this, so some of this may not be completely new to you then. On earthworks, Transpower seeks to manage all earthworks undertaken by third parties to mitigate or at least significantly reduce the safety risks described above. However, Transpower is comfortable with the provisions that align with NZECP 34. Sensitive activities. Sensitive activities, commercial buildings and intensive developments, including some farm buildings, should be avoided beneath transmission lines because of the electrical risk, annoyance caused by the transmission lines, and the challenges presented by these activities when Transpower needs to access, maintain, upgrade and develop them. Touching on hazardous substances, these in particular should be managed carefully near the transmission lines, as Zeke, was pointing out. Poor management of these substances can lead to hugely unacceptable risks to the wider public. For example, the establishment of a service station with associated underground tanks causes concerns from a risk perspective due to potential ignition of fuel. However, if these issues are presented early on, they can be mitigated through simple design measures, reducing the risk to acceptable levels. Transpower should be given the opportunity to comment on applications for subdivision in the vicinity of the corridors and lines, as these issues are best addressed early. For example, proposals for large-scale development can be designed to ensure only appropriate activities such as car parks, roads, stormwater infrastructure, or open space occurs under the lines as shown by examples in Ms. Ng's evidence. And finally, just on the National Grid yard/corridor, the 12-metre National Grid yard, name pending, either side of the centre line is the area measured horizontally beneath the conductors in everyday wind conditions. A 12-metre setback around tower or support structures is also required for access, maintenance and safety purposes. The wider National Grid subdivision corridor is the area sought for subdivision which extends to the width defined by the swing of the conductors in a high wind condition. These areas are the bare minimum to ensure that Transpower's maintenance, repair, upgrade and operational activities are not compromised. And that wraps up my summary. Was there any questions on that?
I have two questions, Mr. Cartwright only. The first is in relation to management of hazard risks. Is Transpower's approach to avoid all safety risks or to manage risk to be as low as reasonably possible?
So Transpower has just been through a big change in thinking on this, and we manage them in line with the health and safety at work framework, which makes us manage them so far as reasonably practicable. It's a new framework for engineers to work through. Previously, we have just tried to remove all risks, and now our thinking has switched to how do we manage them to be as safe as reasonably practicable. And the hazardous substance is a good example of that. We wouldn't, and my understanding, having talked to Mr. Renton, was we didn't disapprove of fuel stations within our corridor in the end, but we sought relief and we sought special technical provisions that enabled us to be confident that they wouldn't impose a hazard.
Thank you. And the second question I had is right at the end of your evidence, talking about the setback from the substation 1210. What's the basis for a 30-metre setback? Like, it's pretty, like I understand completely your subdivision yard, talking about the swings in high winds, which are not unknown in the Greater Wellington region. But what's the rationale for 30 metres?
So I cannot answer that, and I can go away and pull that through. Unfortunately for the panel, I've been on leave for the last 2 weeks, so I didn't get to be able to completely answer that one. I believe at a high level it might be to manage reverse sensitivity effects and for EPR contours, but I will confirm if the panel wants to know, and I'll get back to you after this.
The answer is 5 o'clock tomorrow, Mr. Cartwright, since that's the end of our hearing.
Roger that, I can do that.
One of the downsides of being towards the end is you get crunched up.
No, that's no worries to me at all.
What's EPI again?
EPR is Earth potential rise. When a fault, just at a high level, when a fault happens on our network, it can send really large currents. It raises the current higher than normal operating conditions, and then that finds its way to the ground.
Yep.
So when it finds its way to the ground, it kind of spreads out over the ground. If you're right by the ground, you can be, if you're touching the structure, you've got what they call a touch risk. If you have your feet at differential positions, you can get a step risk, or it can even transfer into neighboring fences or other utilities that are nearby. So EPR is our blanket term for where these faults then land on the ground and cause a hazard to unsuspecting people.
This is why you wear rubber gumboots whenever you're anywhere near the national grid. Commissioner Sinclair.
No, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Nothing further from me.
Nothing further from me also. So thank you very much, Mr. Cartwright. Go and find some antihistamines and hope you feel better soon.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Ms. Whitney, can I suggest that if you have a summary, you read it to us, and then we'll break for a cup of tea, and then we'll go on from there.
Certainly. My summary, when I timed it, was about 10 minutes. Is that agreeable to the panel?
That'll be ideal.
Thank you. We may get distracted with questions on the way, but happy to take those, and we can pause at any stage on the panel to decide whether the cup of tea is calling. So my name is Pauline Whitney. The qualifications and experience are outlined in my primary evidence. Just for the record, I'm a planner at Offamuskel, appearing on behalf of Transpower New Zealand Limited. So I'll just speak to my summary, and I can provide this to the panel if that would be of assistance. There's nothing new really material in there. It just highlights the main pieces from my evidence. Just quickly, in response to other party rebuttal evidence and summary statements, particularly from Ms Williams on behalf of Kainga in response to the rebuttal of Mr Smeaton, my evidence stands subject to the recommended amendments to policies P7, P8 and P9 as outlined in my supplementary evidence provided on Friday. In response to the summary statement of Ms Williams, who appeared on behalf of Kainga I've considered the sought changes to INFP6, but do not support the amendments as I do not consider they give effect to the MPS policy 10. Specifically, the amendments do not impose and avoid a reverse sensitivity requirement in relation to land use and development, rather only address subdivision. So in terms of the summary, I'll just propose, it relates to obviously my primary evidence dated the 21st of January, my rebuttal evidence dated the 2nd of February, and my supplementary evidence provided to the panel late on Friday, the 11th of February. For completeness, I note my primary and rebuttal evidence stand. However, I have recommended changes to P7, 8 and 9 after discussions with the Director General of Conservation, where agreement was reached, apart from one matter which was outlined by Mr Husband. I really appreciate these amendments were supplied at late notice, but I guess we were keen to try to resolve these matters prior to the hearing so as to assist the panel in reconciling the points of difference. So these are probably the main points I'll go on in my summary if that's agreeable to the panel, and I'll just go through them now.
Absolutely.
So in its submissions, Transpower sought a new policy in relation to the operation and maintenance of the national grid. This is INFP 7. And obviously amendment to notified policies P8 and P9 relating to upgrade and development. Just as a point, I will note that Transpower in its submissions saw the merging of policies P8 and P9. That was rejected by the reporting officer. And I then, when I was crafting my evidence and looking at the provisions, I proceeded on that basis in terms of keeping the framework that was in the plan as notified in light of that recommendation. So in terms of INFP 7, as you'll be aware, the officer has proposed a new policy for the operation and maintenance and repair of the national grid, supported in part, but sought a number of amendments. Just in terms of my supplementary evidence, I recommend amendment to the policy to include, while managing the adverse effects of these activities. The reasoning for that is this text gives effect to NPS Policy 5, which starts off with when considering the environmental effects of transmission activities. I remain of the opinion the officer recommended clause 1 and 2 of that policy INFP 7 are inappropriate and do not give effect to the NPS. And there's probably just two main reasons for this, and I'll just also give some examples of in terms of the practical implication issues I see with those clauses. The first reason I do not support them is the must minimise directive as proposed by the reporting officer goes beyond, in my opinion, that required in the NPS with respect to the operation, maintenance and minor upgrading. And in the absence of any definition of minimise in the proposed Porirua district plan, or consideration of technical or operational constraints, the policy is overly directive with respect to the activities to which it relates. Again, noting its operation, maintenance and minor upgrading, which Transpower seeks the application of this policy to. In respect to overlays, which is mentioned in clause 2 of the officer recommended policy, I note the policy will apply where consent is required under the NES, ETA in the setup. The absence of any specific reference to overlays in my recommended policy does not discount their consideration. Rather, consideration will be framed by the matters of control and discretion in the NESETA for which consent is required. In many instances, such as earthworks and vegetation works, this includes visual, landscape and ecological effects, and also effects on historic heritage. As such, any overlay on the site would be considered as part of the assessment. In my opinion, the directive wording of the wording within clause 2 does not adversely impact, as proposed by the officer, does not give effect to the NPS, specifically policy 5. As a practical implementation example, when applied to SAL 005, which is the Belmont Hills range, which National Grid assets currently traverse over, so obviously this would be a schedule that would come into play in this policy. Two of the characteristics and values within the plan under that schedule are changes in light and shadow add a dramatic context to this open pastoral backdrop. And another one is highly visible from transmission gully. I mean, I have concerns as to how these values would be applied to the national grid if required to adversely not impact on. While some of the identified values characteristics within the schedule are probably more defined, and it's arguably whether those ones I've just mentioned are, some are very broad, particularly in relation to SNAs, which just cross-reference back in terms of the values to the RPS policy 23 values, and just list the values as representative, rarity, diversity, for examples. For example, SNA 124, which is Cannons Creek Bush, again, which the National Grid traverses, has the values of representativeness, rarity, diversity, ecological context. The requirement to not adversely impact on such broad values is, in my opinion, overly onerous given the policy relates to the operation, maintenance and Transpower seeking minor upgrade of the National Grid. Just a few information to the panel. When I did a review of the overlays under the existing assets, it was really just SNAs and SALs are the only two which are triggered. And just confirming there's no existing assets within or within 200 metres of the coastal environmental line as defined in the proposed plan. So in terms of INFP 8 and P9, as I mentioned earlier, Transpower sought these policies be merged, but they have remained separated in the 42A report. So I worked with what the officer recommended in terms of that framework. So other than upgrading, in the absence of any defined terms in the RPS, National Planning Standards, RMA, or any other higher order documents, I do not recommend the inclusion of any definitions in the proposed district plan. I note the activity status for upgrading in its various forms would be governed by the NSETA, and the framework I have recommended, in my opinion, provides a suitable framework in which to assess the proposal against. I consider the application of the type of upgrading, so whether it's upgrading substantial or major, will be largely contextual and dependent on many variables and best determined at the consenting stage. Just in terms of the changes to policy P8 upgrading, in my supplementary evidence, I recommended amendment to the policy in the form of the reinstatement of clause 6, which was in the officer's recommended policy, but which I originally sought to delete in my primary evidence. I've changed my position on this in light of the discussions with DOG and now recommend it be reinserted back into the policy. And I also suggest it be placed at the top, just to maybe give it some priority, even though obviously all the provisions have weight, but it's probably the first one you read, really. And I note the clause is not specific to the coastal environment and therefore would apply across all scheduled sites. Just one point, it should be noted that I remain of the view that reference to open space and recreation zone should be deleted, as I consider the areas of high recreation value and amenity, which are referenced in the NPS Policy 8, which largely be captured by Schedule 10 SAL sites, where they are of high value, and therefore the seek to avoid policy directive should apply to those SAL sites and not to all open space zoned areas. The balance of amendments to P8 are for the purpose of giving effect to the NPS. With respect to policy P9 development, in my supplementary evidence, I've recommended inclusion of reference to SNAs and SALs within clause 3, which relates to the coastal environment. I've also included a new policy directive to avoid significant adverse effects on NZCPS policy 11B, 13B and 15B features. So that's your natural character, landscapes and other Indigenous biodiversity. So as Mr. Hudspeth outlined, it's kind of a hierarchy approach almost. Lastly, I've recommended amendment to clause 4B to clarify the consideration of constraints is not confined to operational and functional needs as conjunctive. And this reflects what is in the title for one of the earlier provisions. Given the definition of functional need, there may be instances where there is not a functional need, but there is clearly an operational need. And this amendment would give effect to NPS Policy 3, which refers to technical and operational constraints. So the balance of amendments to P9 are for the purpose of giving effect to the NPS. So just very briefly, the other 3 topics in my evidence relate to plan structure, provisions relating to enabling the grid, and provisions relating to managing the effects of other parties and activities on the national grid. I'll just really briefly summarise these points. In terms of plan structure, I fully appreciate the position of the council in terms of their preference for the location. And no, it is their plan. So I just want to note, I was just looking through some other plans and seeing how they have addressed this in terms of under the national plan standards. And I note for New Plymouth, the general provisions, I'll call them, so they're the zone provisions, the general national grid provisions are included in the network utilities chapter. And that's the same for the Selwyn district plan, proposed district plan. They're included under the energy and infrastructure chapter. And I note in the draft Wellington exposure draft plan, again, they're in the infrastructure chapter. So I guess the approach I've proposed reflects those other plans, but again, recognising it's the council's plan. I just also note within the Waikato district plan released its decisions maybe a few weeks ago, and they originally had them in one part of the plan, and through the decision, they've split them up into the zone chapters. And in reading it, in my opinion, it is quite confusing and complicated, and I appreciate it is an e-plan, so users will be able to click onto the relevant bits. But even in my review, I've discovered some inconsistencies. So if they are going to be split, I just think it needs to be really carefully drafted and clear cross-linkages be provided over to the objectives and policies within the infrastructure chapter. In terms of provisions relation to enabling the national grid, P6, I think that's pretty clear in terms of my evidence that I do not, I support the recognise and provide for. Gives effect to the NPS, and in my opinion, the policies P1 and P2 in the plan as notified, they do not have the same directive in that they only have recognise. The last top of my evidence relates to managing the effects on the national grid. So the officers recommended a new policy P6, adverse effects, and while I support it, again, I do not think it gives full effect to the NPS, and so I have recommended some changes to that. In terms of the rebuttal evidence of Mr. Smeaton, so that should be supplementary, isn't it? Excuse me if I've got the terminology right. That Mr. Smeaton provided in response to the evidence that submitters put in. He's recommended an additional clause 2 to the policy. So while it's an improvement, in my opinion, the policy still does not give effect to the NPS, as his new clause directs to minimise adverse effects. In my opinion, such wording does not give effect to the directive wording in NPS policy 10. I'm unclear as to the benefit of the second part of his recommended rebuttal, and that starts with requiring to be located and designed to maintain safe distances within the national grid. I guess I'm just not clear on the purpose of that, as the policy will only come into play when an activity, building and structure is located in the yard. So by then almost your position that it's not maintaining safe distances. And while the chapeau refers to compromise, I prefer it within the body of the policy to reflect the two strands of NPS policy 10. The balance of the outstanding points relate to earthworks and, largely earthworks and the earthworks policy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitney. We'll take a break and come back at 3:45.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Whitney. We're back on the road. Perhaps I think that the issue of plan structure, one problem I identify is that irrespective of the merits of having the Transpower provisions together, while it makes Transpower's life easier, I'm thinking about the dinosaurs who don't use the E-plan, but actually the E-plan facility, but treat it like an old-fashioned plan that you would print out and just go to the zone provisions. And I'm wondering whether in terms of Transpower's objective, which is to make sure that people understand that there are obligations that they have vis-a-vis the national grid, that they're more likely to understand those obligations if they're in the zone provisions.
I do accept that. I do agree. I mean, I think it's, I guess we're going towards an E-plan, and that's how a plan should be used. I think that's what the National Planning Standards designed these plans to be read as. I guess if that is the case, and I fully accept that, I guess there needs to be some clear linkages then to the policies as well, so that people are pretty clear on the outcomes, the objectives and outcomes for what they're wanting to do there.
And I take your point about the need to make sure that if you're going to repeat the provisions in different zones, what you say is if not identical, then certainly consistent.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I just, Waikato example, just one error I've noticed is they've dropped off kind of activity status, Transpower sought non-compliant, a specific clause, and they've applied on default activity status under the different zone chapters, and there's variation in that. So it's just wee things like that which just have to be made really, really clear and accurate.
Okay, next question. Your draft INFPX.
Yes.
Sorry, I just read your revised provisions, make sure
It wasn't changed in any of my supplementary, so.
just pop those next to it. I read the policy and then thought, wrote on my pad, by doing what?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah.
Because you just leave that hanging, which comes back to the question I was discussing with Mr. Hudsmith. What does it mean to recognise and provide for benefits? Where does that take you? What is the course of action that results?
Okay, because then the last bit of the policy as well is including sustainable, secure and efficient electricity transmission. So you're having basically a transmission system that works, and the benefits of that are that everyone has access to a reliable and secure system. I guess my concern in the absence of that policies P1 and P2 are not sufficiently directive in my opinion, and that they only have the recognise element. And then within policies P7, 8 and 9, which are the national grid specific policies, there's no clear directive to recognise or provide for any benefit. There's no consideration of the benefits of the national grid. So this would provide that when considering those other policies and applying them.
But as the Chair points out, as Policy 7 reads now, it's provide for the operation while managing the effects. Well, when I read that, I'm going to manage the effects so that they become worse than what they are now. It doesn't say that I need to manage the effects to anything. I just manage the effects.
To what end result?
To what end?
You can employ the avoid remedy limiting. I mean, I guess a lot of those policies aren't. It's to manage the effects to enable the operation, maintenance, and minor upgrading.
To what end?
To enable the grid to still operate.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that. It just says to provide that while managing the effects. What are you managing the effects for?
Well, it's to provide. It's still to provide. Is the policy provide for the ongoing? I see them linking. When I see that provide for the operation, we're going on to policy P7 now. Provide for the operation, maintenance, and minor upgrade. I'm managing the effects. You're managing the effects to enable A, to manage the effects, and B, to ensure or provide that ongoing operation and maintenance.
Yeah.
And then the benefits policy is a consideration in that.
But you can do that by either managing the adverse effects so that they're minimised or reduced or something, or you can make sure that you maximise them. No, it doesn't say anything in there about which it is.
Minimise, in my opinion, goes beyond what's in the NPS, and in the absence of any difference, it's quite a high bar. Minimise.
Well, is that true? If I don't know, I can't recall if we had this discussion with you in Stream 1, but I discussed with a number of parties whether minimise meant as small as possible or as small as practicable. And since then, we've had a consent order in the regional plan that says should mean as small as practicable. Now, if it's as small as practicable, isn't that what the case law would say anyway? I'm thinking back to Whinstone aggregates, where the late Judge Whiting said that when you have avoid, remedy, or mitigate, there is an implicit requirement that you avoid as much as you reasonably can. What you can't avoid as much as you reasonably can, you remedy if you reasonably can, and if you can't do any of those, you mitigate as much as you reasonably can. Which, if you read minimise as small as reasonably practical, is pretty close to what the good judge was saying. So why is that so much more onerous than what the NPSET requires?
When I was just thinking of a practical example, the practical application of that. So if Transpower has assets within an SNA and you're required to reduce to the smallest amount reasonable practical, and you need to do some tree trimming, something like that, under the necessita, and you trigger consent as a controlled activity, then that policy would come into play. So then you're required, and then you're going to weigh up, does Transpower trim off the bare minimum and do it yearly, or do you come in every 5 years, less impacts can come in and less, but you take off more of the trimming? So that could be applied. When I look at that worst case, I think, well, you're reducing the effects to the smallest amount reasonably, reduce to the smallest amount reasonably practicable. You only trim the bare minimum every year. You come in every year.
But that might but that goes to what's reasonably practicable. If it makes more economic sense to do a little more less frequently, and you can reasonably say that you're managing the ecological effects appropriately, that might be an appropriate outcome. I suppose stepping back from it, I would ask you the rhetorical question. I understand you're advising Transpower, you're not speaking for Transpower, but is Transpower really saying that if it's reasonably practical, for instance, to have less effect on an aspect of the environment that is of ecological significance, it's not going to take that step, and it's going to rely on the enabling provisions of the NPSET to plough on and do what by definition it could reasonably do, but it says, no, we don't have to do that, so we're not going to.
I wouldn't have thought Transpower would take that position. And also remembering these are governed by the NESETA in terms of, your controlled activity in the matters of control and discretion under that activities data, whether you are controlled or RDA.
Now, rolling on, and looking at your revised INFP4, we've talked about... P7. Sorry, P7. I misstated. The first question I had was really the question I put to Mr. Hudspeth. Is it desirable to be clearer that when we talk about minor upgrade, if we agree with inserting the word minor upgrade in this policy, does it make sense to make clear that it's minor from an effects point of view, as I discussed with Mr. Hudspeth?
I was thinking about that policy. So the one you mentioned was maintenance and minor upgrades that have a minor environmental effect should be enabled. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. The only issue I have is that if that replaces P7, then you do have a gap then really for those maintenance, operation and minor upgrade, which may have more than a minor effect. You wouldn't be covered anywhere else?
Well, I wonder if it... Well, I was asking Mr. Hudspeth whether it's minor upgrade that needs to be qualified as opposed to operation and maintenance.
I guess the NPS is still quite directive in terms of minor upgrading, obviously policy 5.
What I'm saying is, what is a minor upgrade? Like, if you don't answer that question, how do you know how to implement the NPSET?
Well, so I would think again, it depends on the context, but I would say it would be probably controlled or even RDA activities under the NESETA.
No, you missed my point. If you don't decide what a minor upgrade is, how do you know whether that policy in the NPSET even applies?
Well, you determine it at the consenting stage when you... obviously this is only...
But that's the whole point. Like, unless you say that a minor upgrade is something that has minor effect, what's the basis on which you're going to determine it at the consenting point? You just... I think you're just kicking the can down the road with giving no guidance when the whole point, our whole objective, like, the reality is we're not going to foresee every possibility, but we should try and clarify the ones we can foresee.
And so what would then... I understand the point you're making. I'm just concerned that there will be a policy gap then. If you confine at this stage to minor upgrade is only those activities which have a minor environmental effect.
Well, yeah, it's it's to revise the words so to express in some way, shape, or form that the determination of what is minor relates to the level of effect, not to the level of the activity.
I guess you then have to come back to the activity status too, obviously, because what you've got in your policy then feeds through. I guess Transpower is a bit different because it has then a setter which sits outside the district plan. So usually you'd have your policies which then feed into the rules and reflect the activity status in terms of the wording within your policy. And this is slightly different because you've got the NES sitting outside there.
Well, as I say, like if you're not clear about what a minor upgrade is, how do you even know what the activity status is? Then
well,
you get.
It's determined under the NES in terms of the activity status.
But if you don't know whether something is a minor upgrade or isn't a minor upgrade, how do you know how to apply the NES? That you end up going in slow circles, and yes, you can leave it to the consenting process, but if you don't provide guidance, then you just get into a huge argument in a consenting context with no clarity from the plan. And I think I understood from Mr. Hudspeth that he agreed that minor relates to effects. So basically what's the problem in saying that? Yes, it's a drafting challenge to make sure you don't have unintended effects. But is there a fundamental issue actually saying what it means?
No. As long as there's not a policy gap, I am comfortable with it.
The last point on this policy is you've given us reasons why you don't like the does not adversely impact. When Mr. Smeaton presented his Section 42A report, I suggested to him that was putting the bar too high, and perhaps wording like compromise the values and characteristics might be more appropriate. He's gone away to think about that, but what's your answer?
I don't think compromise is still quite a high bar. When I think of compromise, what do I think? I think do not constrain. I'd still see that as quite high. Impair, make vulnerable, something like that. So it's still a very high bar when you're again considering the operation, maintenance and minor upgrade of existing national grid assets.
The problem I have, if you don't start using words like that, is the end result, for instance, looking at SNAs, not recognise and providing for their protection as directed in Section 6C.
Fully appreciate Section 6C, but then you've also got, I think, to balance that with the NPECT and the strong policy directives in that, particularly in relation to, again, operation maintenance and minor upgrade. These are existing assets which Transpower is required to do work on to ensure the continued operation. I'm just again thinking, just applying that do not compromise to an SNA.
Yes.
Would you then say by some trimming of some trees or removal of a tree compromises the, again, thinking again those values in that SNA such as diversity? Is trimming a tree or removing a tree going to compromise that diversity? Would someone make that argument? I guess, yeah.
Well, it'd be pretty difficult unless it was an incredibly small SNA, and as I understand it, other than in wetlands, the criteria for SNAs was they had to be at least half a hectare, and most of them are a lot more than that, of course. And so one tree is not going to make a big difference to the values of the SNA. But
We would.
sorry.
Yeah. No, sorry. I was just going to say I'd hope not, but again, I guess I'm taking these I think they could be applied worst case.
Yeah. Well, the problem I have is, yes, you can start at shadows and try and cover every possibility, but you end up skewing the policy away from protection of significant habitats of Indigenous flora and fauna, contrary to Section 6C. And I think that if you're going to interpret the NPS ET to require that, you need some pretty clear language.
I mean, I just don't still see how such a strong directive reconciles with the NPS. I guess that's why I'm struggling.
Well, that was why I discussed with Mr. Hudspeth what the word compromise meant, and his view was that compromise goes to more fundamental effects than, for instance, adversely affect, which is why I put that suggestion to Mr. Smeaton. Like you're saying, it's still quite a high bar, and maybe that's the difference. If it's not quite a high bar, then it might not be quite so problematic.
So, Ms. Whitney, can I just clarify in relation to Policy 5 in the NPSET? It's when it's referring to the consideration of environmental effects, it's that the decision makers must enable, so it's must enable has priority over the consideration of the environmental effects. That's how you're reading it?
That's how I would read it, yes.
So that in that case, regardless of whether the environmental effects are significant or minor, you still read it in the same way because you're just considering the environmental effects. It doesn't specify what level of effects are being considered.
Agreed. Just require you to consider those effects. Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then what is how do you interpret the word reasonable? What you must enable is the reasonable operation, maintenance and minor upgrade.
Yeah. And maybe that, okay, I didn't obviously write this in NPS, but I'm thinking maybe that's also framed by what's in the NES, which came subsequent to this, came later.
Can you repeat that? I didn't quite get that.
Maybe it's reflected, I didn't draft the NPS, so I'm not exactly clear what the intent was, but maybe it is informed by what is in the NESETA, the NES, which came later, in terms of under that, what is reasonable, in terms of your permitted, controlled, so forth, activity status.
I'm not sure we can take that much further. In Policy 8, I wondered about the additional words you've recommended on the end, by the route, site and method selection. Are they the only ways in which adverse effects might be avoided, remedied, mitigated?
Sorry, and what clause of that policy?
Well, you've in your supplementary, it's now clause 2.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes, right, sorry. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Sorry, what was the question? Sorry, I was trying to find it.
Like the question is that a qualification? Is that the only way in which adverse effects might be avoided, remedied and mitigated?
No, no. It's having regard to them, but it's not the only way.
Should that therefore be saying including by?
Yes, that would be fine by me. I think that would still work. Yeah, I guess it's just imposing that requirement to have regard to that route select and method selection as part of the major upgrades. But yes, including by. I mean, sorry.
No, that's fine. The point you make. So in terms of your explanation on the right hand column, seek to avoid directive and policy NPSET policy 8 doesn't apply to all open space zoned areas, and I'm saying, well, who says? Where's the evidence for that?
What refers to those high recreation value and amenity?
Yes.
So I would say not all open space zones have those features. Open space zones are the ones obviously zoned by the council, usually there. A lot of them are, and I would concede that, like within Porirua, I know the ones under the existing line are contained within the SAL. I think it's maybe Cannons Creek or Belmont. But not all.
Well, I suppose the essence is, if the ones that affect Transpower have, does it actually matter?
Just have a look at the plan. So there's a couple of slight areas, I don't want to be pedantic, slight areas on one of the lines, which is outside the SALs.
My related question was, does the National Grid pass over any open space zones or recreation zones in the plan?
It does.
Right.
It does, down towards the south. I don't have it on my screen, otherwise I'd share. I could bring it up, but it's I think a map's attached to my evidence actually at the back.
Yep.
My primary evidence, which shows the zoning. Unfortunately, I haven't overlaid the SALs on its zoning, but you can see the open space area.
Yeah.
I suppose.
What's the sport? There is a map. The very last page of your primary evidence.
That's right. Yeah.
Where it's got the BPE WIL line that goes across open space zone. Oh, so what is that open space zone? What are its values?
I'm sorry, I haven't checked. I can do, but I haven't checked it. I think it forms part of the Belmont Hills. Is it regional park? Mr. Smeaton might know off the top of his head better than me. I can certainly find that out for the panel.
I suppose that you go, Commissioner.
I'm trying to understand whether just because it's a SAL or an SNA doesn't necessarily follow that it doesn't have high recreational value or amenity in existing or the amenity and existing sensitive activities there in relation to policy 7. And since the reason I want to be sure is because it's an avoid adverse effects on those. But if I don't know the details, how do I know whether it should apply or not?
I guess the majority of that area is covered by SAL.
But that's for landscape, so that might address the amenity component of it. Does it address the high recreational value component?
It addresses all the memory. It's the Belmont Hills one, and it's it has natural science, sensory, and shared and recognised values. So there's probably 15 values in all, and it includes things such as classroom values, the reserve, predominantly unmodified landform, predominantly natural backdrop to the city to the east. There's a variety of features within that one. So values and characteristics. And it's the Belmont Regional Park as well, it refers to that. It's highly valued for a diverse range of active recreational opportunities, which include walking, cycling, running and horse riding.
Policy 7 of the NPS doesn't apply to policy 8 in your evidence because policy 7 doesn't refer to upgrade. Is that correct?
Correct.
I thought I read in Justice Palmer's Tauranga decision, he said that all of those policies should apply equally to upgrades as to development.
What was that decision? Was it Haurene or?
The recent one, I forgot the parties, who the parties were. It's the one about the well, let's call a spade, where the Environments Court decision was overturned and Transpower's gone back to square one.
Yeah, that's mine. Yes, the Haurene. Yeah. Mr. Hudspeth might have a comment from a legal sense, but as I understand, obviously in the Environment Court it was considered a substantial upgrade, and the Higher Order Court just made some passing comments. I'm not sure the correct legal term for that. Rather than a fixed position, but that's a plain as lay interpretation.
All right, I'll read you what Justice Palmer said. I'm more dubious about the court's conclusion that policy 7.8 relate only to future and new works rather than to upgrades of the existing system. I see no reason why upgrades do not involve planning of the transmission system, and the purpose of those policies of avoiding adverse effects may apply to upgrades. So that's paragraph 127 for Mr. Hudspeth's benefit. So I wonder if you're on, let's just say, unsteady ground.
And again, I think that's probably why I made that opening comment as well in terms of these provisions. Transpower did originally think that they'd be merged in its submission.
Merging them would also have solved the problem I identified of separating, make the difference between what is an upgrade and what is a development.
I guess, and just be, yeah.
The other question is that through all of your evidence, you've gone back to the NPSET. Does the RPS have anything useful to say about how the NPSET should be interpreted and applied?
Unfortunately not. I don't even think the RPS is, it may have one reference to the NPS, but admittedly it's not strong. I can find the relevant, some of the policies, I think. The only policy I could find was in policy 8, protecting regionally significant infrastructure, and the explanation right at the very end. Otherwise, it's just general to all RSI as opposed to being nationally grid specific.
My next point was on effects on the national grid, which is not the subject of your supplementary. So you've identified, you recommended avoiding reverse sensitivity effects on the national grid. I was thinking to myself, reading that, what happened to the as far as reasonably possible?
Well, it's to the extent reasonably possible, decision makers. So that's decision makers. And I would say that is also through the national grid yard provisions and the framework of activities.
My point, my question is that it's moved, that you have rightly drawn our attention to the directive nature of the NPSET in a number of respects. Here, you're inserting what appears to be a direction that is significantly more directive than the NPSET, because you've removed the qualification that's in the national policy statement. So I wanted to ask you to explain that to me.
When I read that, if I read it the way I read it is the decision maker through the framework of how they give effect to the NPS must, within reasonably practical within the planning framework, manage activities. To read it another way would be for a third party to say, well, I want to locate my house there because it's the best site. So to the extent reasonably possible, I've located it outside the yard.
But you're interpreting, you've cited rightly to us Justice Wiley's direction. So wouldn't a policy that says as far as reasonably possible qualified that 1A as far as reasonably possible be interpreted the same way that Justice Wiley has suggested, so you would never get into that problem?
But this policy is applied as well in terms of the plan development and also at the resource consent stage if a landowner wanted to do something within the yard. So I see that as applying at the plan developments in terms of setting up the framework. You're then determining what activities to manage and how you're going to manage them.
And
I guess I just have concerns about putting it within the policy. then someone could argue, well, it's not reasonably possible because that's their land and that's the only piece of land they've got and they need to build their house.
I think the
It's
problem,
probably been flippant, but
but the problem is, if you don't have that qualification, are you pushing this policy further than the NPSET would support? Now, that's not the end of the world. You could still justify it on a Section 32 basis, but you can't justify it on the basis that you're giving effect to the NPSET because you're going further than the NPSET.
I guess I have reservations about what is to the extent reasonably possible, how that would be defined and framed.
Yeah, I understand that, but those are the words that the NPS gives us to work with. As Mr. Hudspeth said to us earlier in a different context, it's not for us to second guess what the NPS says or what it's trying to mean. It is what it is. So, but
I guess in the absence of seeing wording,
but I think that we should stop there. Like you put your position clearly. We've explained, or I've explained my concerns about that you're over-reading it, and I think that we should just leave it there. And the provisions about requiring people to be to act consistently with the NZECP 34. I wondered about the whole concept of requiring in an RMA rule people to do something that they are lawfully required to do under separate legislation, albeit deferred sort of subsidiary legislation because it's a regulation.
I mean, it is a policy, remember, and there are provisions with that in the rules as well in terms of specific distances. I think it's pragmatic and it sets up the framework, noting that the NZECP requirements are there, and it provides another policy consideration when considering the development.
Another way to do it would be through an advice note, which is how the plan deals with the provisions related to actions that are contrary to the Heritage New Zealand Paheri Taonga Act. It tells you that they're there and that they impose legal obligations.
Are they within the policies or?
No, they're in a note.
Is it a note to the policy?
Doesn't refer to an appendix.
I think it's a note to the rules.
Rules.
Yeah.
Like I suppose we should probably leave it on the basis, like we pose the question: is it appropriate to have provisions in the plan that purport to require compliance with other legislation?
Well, it's also saying the ability of any potential future development to comply with that. I mean, I guess it's a relevant consideration in the subdivision stage, and it would prevent, from a pragmatic point of view, prevent circumstances where then someone cannot comply with NZECP 34, but subdivision's been granted, and it hasn't been a consideration.
But the fact that subdivision has been granted doesn't entitle people to do it. Your RMA consent won't prevail under a separate regulation.
No, but I mean, I guess, to be honest, I guess the consenting in the RMA process has a bit more weight and substance than some of the other documents, such as codes of practice. And then by meeting that, you're ensuring that the grid is not compromised.
Right, go on to page 49 of your evidence, please. This is the suggested addition result in the loss of vehicular access to a national grid support structure. We've discussed the point of principle with Mr. Hudspeth, so put that to one side. But is that complete loss, partial loss? If you used to be able to get there with a two-wheel drive, now you need a four-wheel drive. Is that the loss of vehicular access? How would you interpret that?
Yeah, I would say if you were going to get in a 4 and now you can only get in a 2, other way around, it would be a loss. I guess it's the loss of the existing vehicular access or loss of access of any type, yeah. So reduction. I guess I have thought about putting existing, but then that might, I wonder if someone could do if they could do an alternate access, then that would address that clause.
And but your answer is of any type. So two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive would qualify, and
I mean that would be okay, wouldn't it? A loss of, because a four-wheel drive is. I see it saying two-wheel drive would be more smoother. Let's say easier.
yes.
Yes.
But my follow-up question is, if it's that level of control, is that disproportionate? Is it reasonable?
That is a good question. I mean, I guess I could explore putting some more qualifiers around that in terms of the vehicles. I guess there would be quite huge variation across New Zealand in Transpower's existing access in terms of the vehicle types and what it's needed for. So some of them two-wheel drive may be fine, but some of them four-wheel drive would be required. So it might not be a one-size-fits-all approach in terms of putting a stipulation in there.
Unfortunately for rules, of course, it is one size fits all, unless you start specifying alternatives or qualifications.
Ms. Whitney, could you help us? Which is the Transpower's submission that sought the this loss of vehicular access to the support structure? Could you just help us out with that?
One moment while I find the submissions. I think it's 60.135.
60.135.
It's on page 62 of the Transpower submission. Result in the permanent loss of vehicular access to a national grid support structure. Shown in red.
Yep.
That was all my questions, Commissioner Sinclair.
Okay, no, that's fine. My questions were In your evidence on page 24, at number 3 there, you've clause 3 of P8, you've deleted the requirement for application of the mitigation hierarchy in relation to upgrading. Could you just explain why you think that doesn't apply to the upgrading of the national grid?
Okay, and I just will start with noting in my supplementary I've recommended that clause 6 be reinstated, so that addresses SNAs, so there won't be a policy gap in terms of them for upgrading or SNAs.
Sorry.
Sorry, my supplementary evidence.
Jump around to your supplementary today?
Yes.
Today's one.
On Friday, yeah, Friday today.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I sought reinstatement, so I'll just find my.
So this is infrastructure 8, number.
There.
Oh, there.
It's been renumbered.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, so.
I'm talking 3. Applying the mitigation hierarchy.
Yeah.
In red, number 3 down there.
Mitigation
hierarchy. Applying the mitigation in Eco P2. So that's the bit that hasn't been reinstated. I want to know why that bit doesn't apply to Transpower upgrades, please.
Okay. Essentially, I think in my earlier evidence on those hearings, I outlined some of the concerns with the officer recommended policies, the eco policies, and how they would be applied to the national grid. Particularly, there was quite a strong avoid directive as recommended. I think in rebuttal, the officer has revised his position from recollection on that. I guess I still have concerns about how that's going to land, and then therefore how that mitigation hierarchy within those eco policy P2 would be applied to the national grid, and then how it would come into play with the MPS.
Right. And so if that's in relation to upgrade of the national grid, how did you maintain the deletion in relation to the development of the national grid?
For development, again, development's got the seek to avoid approach for SNAs. Again, within it was within my primary evidence and my supplementary evidence, I included it within the coastal environment, SNAs within the coastal. Again, so that seek to avoid directive applies essentially everywhere to all SNAs for upgrade and development. And that approach would then reflect the approach for those other higher value areas, I'll call them, within policies 7 and 8, particularly policy 8 of the NPS in terms of seek to avoid directive.
Okay. If you're seeking to avoid it and you don't manage to seek it out, then you do it. Then I'm interested in whether the that mitigation hierarchy then applies.
No, I wouldn't say it does apply.
Oh, yeah. 781.
So paragraph 781.
Paragraph 78, yes.
Yes, earthworks.
What are vertical holes and land disturbance? What's a vertical hole?
I knew you were going to ask this.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Vertical holes. So when vertical holes are basically the fence posts and things like that.
Sorry?
Holes. So it's basically your fence posts and so forth. And Mr. Smeaton recommended land disturbance. And I must admit, I scratched my head for a wee while in terms of the definition of land disturbance. But then thought it did cover vertical holes. So it was fine within that clause. I guess Mr. Cartwright and Ms. Eng might be able to comment on terms of the issues Transpower has with earthworks within proximity of support structures.
Is it?
But, yeah.
Is a vertical hole a trench for digging and inserting a pipeline?
I wouldn't say it's a trench. But I guess that the land disturbance one covers it better because that would cover your trenches. Or what is earthworks? You can go around circles with these definitions, I do find. I could find a definition of earthworks under the National Planning Standards, whether that excludes trenches. I know it definitely excludes post holes, and that's where the concern originally came from.
So if the fence post is driven, it's not an issue because there's no hole.
Well, there still will be a gap, a hole. If the fence post is essentially, even if it's driven, it's still placed. There's still a structure within proximity.
They don't create a hole to put the post in. They just drive the post straight into the ground.
It's only a hole if you remove the post.
Yeah.
I guess a hole is when you fill it in. Still, it's still a hole, isn't it? And you've got a structure there.
So
maybe
the hole, how does the hole get there before the post is driven in? It doesn't. I think it's all too complicated. Yeah, I know. I'll try to move to something hopefully more relevant, possibly. In 782, where you've removed the gas transmission pipeline from EWP5, have you or someone else created a separate section where something like EWP5 applies to the gas transmission pipeline corridor?
No, I did not. No.
So if the provisions equally apply to the National Grid Yard, or whatever its new name is, and they equally apply to the gas transmission pipeline corridor, why can't they be in the same policy?
They probably can be. I'd be interested to see the submissions, which I didn't look at them in terms of the submissions that objected to that policy for the gas transmission line that was specific to that activity, as opposed to the National Grid. That would be my only concern. I mean, I guess Transpower's preference is to have its own set of provisions, but I appreciate for the sake of efficiency, there may be merit in some of them.
Well, if having it in there reduces duplication and repetition, then how do we align that with the request for Transpower to have its own separate set of provisions in the infrastructure chapter only?
Yeah, I mean, I would be comfortable if it were retained, if there's sufficient rules within the plan to give effect to that policy for that gas transmission pipeline. And I haven't looked at that, but I presume there's a similar framework, I would presume. If it's within the gas transmission pipeline.
In your changes to, sorry, just get the correct provision here. The changes to P7. Yep. The, with repair taken out of it, how are repairs covered by the policy?
I would consider them under maintenance. As I think I said in my evidence, I'm happy for it to remain in for the avoidance of doubt, but I would consider it under maintenance.
What about that maintenance is something you might plan for rather than repair might be more reactive?
That would be true. I guess repair would then be covered under emergency provisions, but agree, repair might be more short term. But I guess by repairing, you are then maintaining and operating.
Okay.
You're keeping it operational.
If you make the change to P7 in the manner that you've set out in the blue text there, what implications does that have for the rules?
Again, it's regulated by the NESETA, the NES, so it wouldn't have any implications on the plan rules.
Yep, but sorry, that so the NESETA's activity statuses are copied into the proposed plan.
No, because it would make the plan exceedingly long. There's more just reference there within, just find it, I think it's above the rules. I just found the relevant section within the infrastructure chapter that refers to the NESETA. One moment. Oh, it's on the, it's in one of the notes. Operation, maintenance, upgrade, and so forth is largely controlled by the NESETA. Except as provided by these regs, no rules in the plan apply to activities regulated by the NESETA. There's some commentary around that in the note.
In terms of the definition of national grid yard in the national grid corridor, is there any benefit to having the distances put on the diagram, or is that complicated due to the because it relates to the KV size? It's just if it says tower, single pole and things like that, and it's got yard and corridor.
I think it could be problematic from a GIS, just from a geography point of view. I recall in one plan, I think it was Hamilton City actually identified, Hamilton City Council identified, they did a hatched area and it was found to be wrong and they had to do a plan change to correct it. So it can be problematic, so it's not a preference.
Okay.
I just, in terms of that, I'll just pipe in for that definition, the wording, national grid yard or corridor, and confusing to people. I guess it's to a lot of people, maybe the people that deal with it often, such as other stakeholders, federated farmers and everything like that, they know and understand it. It's the first time I have heard a submitter say they find it confusing and have confused it with switch yards or anything else. So I guess I'd kind of be reluctant to change it on that basis, that it is quite well established in many plans.
Hopefully my last question. I asked Mr. Hudspeth about the difference between the policies in the NPS and the objective, and that the policies don't derive from the direct the objective, in that they, depending on which reading you look at it, they extend beyond the objective of it, in terms of the objective's only about managing the effects of the activity and the effects on the network, whereas we're reading avoid and enabling policies all the way through the rest of it. Did you have a view on that?
The first time I've looked at that, to be honest, the way you have reviewed it. I guess I would, I see the word recognise jumps out at me. And I think, well, maybe that is not directive as it potentially could be. But then you have got some strong words by facilitating and the establishment to meet the needs of present and future generations. I guess that first component to me is quite directive when you read it as a whole.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Commissioner Pavari? I think that's it from us, Ms. Whitney. Thank you for your assistance once again. Good to bounce that round. Mr. Housekeeping, I think that that's it for the day as far as we're concerned. Is there anything you want to add before we sign off?
Yes, so I was wondering if it was useful to return to that point about king salmon.
Oh, yes.
I did find the paragraphs that I thought existed. I could run through those now, or I could put something in writing, given it's late in the day. In your hands on that.
The answer is that a short memo referring me to the relevant paragraphs is all I need, because the reality is, if you tell me what's in there, I'm going to go and look at. I've got to go and reread it because, like you, I've probably only read it 42 times. And
43rd, that's key.
So yes, if you could file a short memorandum pointing me to the relevant, I think the issue we were discussing is the extent to which the majority's comments about environmental bottom lines apply just to the NZCPS, or also extend to include commentary on Section 6.
Yes, it's a fairly significant point, but yes, I'm happy to clarify that, and I'm sure so you'll review that carefully. Was it also useful for the panel to have, I think Mr. Cartwright's got some homework, but is it also useful to have the summary statements we've referred to today? Just to
yes, yeah,
have a bit of a package tomorrow?
Yes, please. And if you could manage, your able and dedicated junior counsel could manage by 5 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yes,
so it effectively coincides with the conclusion of the hearing.
Yes, no, that's fine. You'll get the statements and my memo and Mr. Cartwright's information.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you to you and your team, Mr. Hudspeth, and so we appreciate the input from Transpower, and we'll leave it there and adjourn the hearing until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.